Welcome to Lakeside Legendz, a community of fantasy storytelling. This is Chronicles of Ravira, a homebrew Dungeons and Dragons TTRPG. I am your DM, Cole Wolfrun. I created this world that I'm full of torture that I'm subjecting all these people to. A couple announcements before we get started. Aether Realm streams Monday at 5:30 PST. Our community Discord, Lakeside Legendz, is open. Join for the memes, the art, cosplay, and storytelling. And we're going to get started with Chronicles of Ravira. Welcome back to Chronicles of Ravira, everyone watching at home. In our last session, a lot happened. Our dear Felicity and 39 discovered that both of them had sisters being taken and experimented on by a certain being, caused the Minotaur, got very wounded. They fought a crystal dragon, and Soldier Lore managed to just avoid killing it and saved it. Karaku almost got killed twice. First by saying, hey, let's be careful, and then sticking his hand into a coffin full of blood.
Some of us are smart.
And Karina was the only one who appeared to have any sense in the whole situation. And then, after they defeated the dragon, they discovered that Kaz's hometown had been decimated by an adult blue dragon. His parents dead. His mother dead, his father still alive, and told him to go to Balbara, and the party decided to go with them, with the exception of Soldier Lore, who hastily wrote a note saying that he had something else he had to do. And with that, we're going to pick back up right where we left off, with everyone sleeping. Except for 39, who doesn't sleep.
Not really.
She does the meditates.
Has a watch been set or anything, or is everybody just passed out?
I'll go ahead and let you guys decide that. We'll say
It'll be fine.
It won't.
We will say Nyx will take last watch, and the rest of you will take whatever watches you wish. It's
So
up to you guys.
39 would have gone straight to sleep with the dragon in her lap. She's pretty exhausted. So for the first 4 hours of the evening, she'll be out, I guess.
How are you going to do, because some DMs are picky about this, casters can't have uninterrupted, so they can't take first or they can't take second watch, or are you not a stickler for that?
I'm not a stickler for that.
Okay. I'm just used to being, if I'm playing a melee, I'm like, I've got second, because it doesn't matter if my sleep is interrupted, because I don't need spells.
I am not a stickler for uninterrupted sleep. I honestly think that's kind of a dumb thing personally, so I don't care. Y'all can take whatever watch y'all want. So
I'll still take second. I'm just used to it.
yeah, so I guess that leaves Felicity and Karaku as first watch, with 39 going, I sleep, and Karina going, I also sleep. So y'all begin your watch, and first off, I have your passive perceptions here. That's good to know. Is there anything you guys would like to talk about?
Oof. Oof.
There's a list. Right. So as we settle in, Kirku will just kind of, I'm assuming we made a fire. So Kirku will just kind of stoke the fire a little bit and not really, just kind of leaving Felicity to her own. At this point, he's insightful enough, he can tell things are up. But after a little while of silence, he'd just continue staring into the flames and just speak up, saying, for what little it might be worth to you, I can't say I understand what you're going through right now, but I can at the very least understand that this is not an easy moment. And if you need someone to listen to you, I am a listening ear, readily available.
So Felicity, while he was turned around and staring at the fire, with Cass sleeping, she had begun to undo her leather breastplate and set it aside. And she took off her robes, the dress, it's all one piece. She took it off and laid it over Kaz as he's asleep, since it resembles his mother's robes. They're all nearly identical. And so she kind of like tucks him in with that, and she's left wearing a kind of like a long pearl white dress slip under her what's left. So she just kind of like takes a deep breath and hears that from Care, kind of stares at the ground for a while and doesn't say anything at first, but eventually walks over to him and just kind of sits beside him, I guess. And well, I don't know exactly what to talk about, but you nearly died twice, and you don't seem very phased. Are you okay?
I nearly died due to my own stupidity. I did not lose anyone important to me today, nor did I gain family today. My concern is more of you and Kaz and 39. But that's an entirely different. Regardless, I'm more concerned with you at the moment.
Oh, well. She kind of like looks at Kaz. Kaz will be fine. I will make sure that he's protected. To the best of my ability anyway, which after today, I'm not quite sure where that stands. But, and she just kind of like hugs herself. Tomorrow's a new day. And with that becomes new starts, and we can just move on. And I certainly won't hold anything against you from our experiences so far.
Appreciated. However, I'd prefer if you hold this against you, at least for now. It's getting cold. And he takes off his cloak and puts it around her shoulders.
She just kind of like nods and stares at the fire. Do you have any premonitions about 39? You seem quite invested.
Well, premonitions are an interesting word. I have numerous questions about her and her purpose and her creation, and there's more questions about her than there are answers at this moment. But regardless, just understand that despite preconceived notions that you may have of me and my personality, I can care.
And she kind of like smirks ever so slightly at that. Can care. Your name. It's kind of close. And then she kind of takes a moment before standing back up and like looks back down at him and says, "You are wrong about one thing, though. You did gain family. You have us now. And we're all staying together as far as I'm aware. So I guess that means I'm going to have to protect your butt, too." And she just kind of like gives him a bro pat on the shoulder before turning to go check on Kaz a bit. She's still listening, but she's definitely kind of like, "Oh, I said that." And goes to turn away to Kaz real quick just to check on him while listening.
She would hear a soft chuckle from him as he continues to stare at the fire. Well, you got your work cut out for you. It seems as, or at least if the last day that we've spent together has any indication. But it will be welcome. And he plays with the clasp that holds his cloak together for a little while, just kind of running his hands along the lines. But otherwise, he will be silent unless asked anything.
Yeah, she doesn't really say anything else, but she is looking for places nearby, like trees and stuff, as she's like checking on Kaz for her to potentially sneak off to when it's not her watch.
Give me a perception check with that.
Perception check. Okay.
Don't be suspicious. Don't be suspicious.
26.
26. You do see some trees in the forest that you just came out of to sneak off to. But other than that, there's pretty much an open field that leads towards the bay, and then another open field that leads north towards the river, where there's another forest that seems to have a kind of a little glow about it, like a slight blue glow.
Yeah, she's not gonna go towards that. No, she's just gonna kind of nod to herself, take a deep breath, and kind of realize that's probably not gonna happen tonight. And so she just rejoins for watch and doesn't say anything unless she's got to ask something.
Okay. Is that the end for you as well? Karaku, do you have anything else to add?
Not until closer to dawn.
Gotcha. Okay. So with that, you guys do go to the next two on the watch would be, as we'll assume your characters previously decided, 39 and Karina, with Nix and Kaz taking the last watch. So how do you guys wake them up?
I'll take 39. I think Karina might either accidentally or on purpose take a swipe at me.
I mean, you could just let me wake them both up.
You know, that's fair.
And she seems a little more friendly than before, but still kind of resigned. So she goes to Karina first, and just kind of like, "Karina, hey, can you wake up?" Not like touching her yet, because she doesn't want to get like instinctually bopped, but just like you hear a very gentle, like sing-songy, like, "Please wake up."
You realize you're both kind of loud.
Oh, sorry.
It's all right. I'm up.
Watch. And then she turns to...
She's not wearing normal anything, right? Correct?
Yep. She is wearing her dress at this point.
Just a silk white night slip. That's it.
And I'm going to just take the cloak that I had wrapped around me basically. And
Wait, she does have Care's cloak still. Okay.
oh, okay. Then
Okay.
just go sit by the fire.
I'll wake the dragon up. Felicity, like, she starts like humming a little bit to like, so it's not like a sneaky thing. And, oh,
As
39.
soon as you get even a little bit close, her eyes open up and stare straight at you.
Oh, you have amazing eyes. Anyone ever told you that? It's your watch. Do you want me to watch the dragon for you? Or what do you need?
Oh no, it's fine. Get some rest.
Oh no, it's I mean, yes. Okay. And she's very tired. And she just goes back.
All right, so Karaku and Felicity go sleepy sleep. And now we have Karina and 39. What are you two doing on your watch?
Well, since 39 realizes she's on watch, she's gonna just stick where she is for now. Just go back to petting the dragon, but paying attention to their surroundings.
Okay, give me a perception check then.
Mm, 17.
Okay. You don't really notice anything except the same glow coming from the forest, and that there's a huge bay around the back of you guys. That's about it. For now. I'm just kidding.
Karina would just every 10 or 15 minutes just make a circle like right on the edge of the trees or edge of the camp, basically, like still within visual range, but just get up and walk it just to check everything once, and then come back and sit down and stoke the fire. Might bring back a few extra twigs, things like that. It's not, she's just staying a little active, but also keeping watch. Nothing.
Okay. Do either of you try to talk to the other at all?
Nope.
It's not really, I mean, unless for some reason she wanted it. No.
No, 39 wouldn't instigate a conversation.
Okay, in that case, y'all's watch passes pretty calmly. Nothing really happens. And you guys get to now wake up the next watch, which is Kaz and Nyx. So Kaz is over there just snoring away very loudly, I might add.
I will go over and wake Kaz up first.
As she goes to
And-
wake up the others, taking this as a sign she is allowed to bow out, 39 will not purposefully stealth, but it would be a subconscious effort to stealth away.
Okay, give me a stealth check.
Okay. 29.
Okay, Karina, give me a perception check.
Okay.
I'll have Kaz do one because we'll say you wake Kaz up. Oh, he rolled good. Not gonna do much though.
That's a dirty 20.
That is a 19 for Kaz. So yeah, no. Despite them both rolling well, neither one.
I
of
mean,
them...
I assume we notice she's gone.
Well, so you
She's
wake
just not
Kaz
with the
up.
dragon anymore.
So as you
That's
wake
fair.
Kaz up, Kaz looks around and he goes, And then he says, okay, go to sleep.
I'm gonna reach in my pack, and what I would have liked to do during some of that time is have put some water. I assume we have something to heat water. I just basically want to have prepped tea, but all you have to do is add the leaves.
Okay.
And I'm
That's
just
fine.
gonna show him the little pouch of tea leaves. In just a few hours, maybe just put this in. you can always ask if you need help.
Okay, got it.
And then I'll go wake Nyx up also.
So as you wake Nyx up, she just kind of goes, "Oh, my turn? Okay. I'll go sit with the lad."
I gave him some tea to brew in a little bit. If you want some. There's plenty.
Thank you.
And then I'll go.
As you do go to sleep, I'll actually kind of give a little moment here. Nyx places her hand on Kaz's shoulder and hands him a little scrap of paper. He looks at it, looks at her, and goes, "Oh." And she goes, "Yes, just give this to the rest of them. I'm just off to find Soldier. I don't trust that he's not in trouble. Tell them I'll meet them where we're headed." Okay. And Nyx does leave, and Kaz takes the letter and he just puts it on Karina's face for her to see when she wakes up.
I mean, given her passive, she probably would wake up in that, but...
He's trying to be stealth. Actually, I'll give him a stealth check with that. He's trying not to wake you up. Not bad. What's his stealth? Probably not great. Actually, he's got a +3 to stealth, so that's a 16.
My passive is 19.
You wake up and he goes, "Oh, sorry. Read this when you wake up." And he puts it next to you.
Is it? Okay. And she rolls back over. Like, kind of grips the paper in her hands that doesn't fly away. Rolls back over. He doesn't seem scared or anything, so she figures, it's fine.
Kaz's perception check. Okay. So as the light kind of shines, Kaz wakes up Felicity and Karina, and he goes, Nyx left, and I can't find Kerku or 39.
I'm gonna open the piece of paper that I now have in my hand. Read it.
The letter simply states, "Dearest new friends, I have not abandoned our objectives. I am simply going to make sure Soldier did not get himself hurt. If I can, whether I find him or not, I will be meeting you all in Balbara, as that is where you are headed, whether I have Soldier with me or not, in a few days' time."
I will hand that over to Felicity.
And I will point out, because Storm wanted to point out that it's written much more nicely than Soldier's letter. She wanted me to point out that it is written much nicer. She wanted to know that.
Okay.
Wanted you guys to know.
I'll hold it out to Felicity.
Felicity takes it.
I'm gonna go see if I can find the other two.
I'm sure they'll be back. We have the wagon and I have Kaz's jacket.
All right.
Actually, that's fairly true.
Okay, Kerku.
So basically, as you're saying that, Kerku doesn't necessarily like appear out of nowhere, but it's probably the smell that hits you first of cooking bacon and eggs and other accoutrement of breakfast. And Care you now see that the fire actually has one of the hot stones there, and it seems like the meat is cooking away. The tea has already been nicely brewed, and Care just comes from around a tree, just kind of washing his hands off. Good morning, everyone.
The only reason I will point out the only reason that he did not see Care coming and going is because he rolled a 2 on his perception. So we're gonna have headcanon that as soon as Nyx left away, Kaz spent the whole night crying.
Oh.
Quietly.
Are drenched.
They've got snot all over. They got Minotaur snot on them.
You didn't happen to see 39 at all, did you? Great.
No.
So
I'm sure she'll be back. We have the dragon. And 39 seemed rather attached to the dragon, so maybe we just don't jump to conclusions so quickly. I would have snuck off too if I could have.
Did anybody actually try calling out to her? I mean, it's morning now.
Why do you need to sneak off?
She
Me?
looks pissed.
No, Felicity said she would have snuck off had she been able to.
And immediately
No.
as Karina says that, she was like, Did you fix breakfast? Like completely deflected it.
I did. Still needs to cook for a moment, so you can answer Karina's question while I go look for 39.
I wanted to take a bath.
Oh,
That's all.
Oh, the bathhouse might not have actually been destroyed. I was in town a moment ago.
That's good to know.
Kaz goes, there's also a bay.
yeah. There's
Oh,
water that way.
How deep
forget-
is the bay? Cause?
Kaz just goes, like points at his waist. That deep. It's where I go in it. It's where I take baths.
Okay. Well, I would actually like to do that. If y'all are looking for 39, I'll go do that.
Okay. You do have to
39?
walk through the town to get there. Unfortunately.
Whatever's allowed.
well, why don't we have breakfast first? 39 is, let's put it this way. If she's gone, it would be a waste of time to look for her without having food. If she's not far, she'll be easy to find.
Oz pulls out some of his pocket beef and just
Oh, cause I had half of a pig being delivered.
oh, I like pigs.
A very fancy breakfast for the forest. What did you? Why?
I
She
snuck into town to grab some supplies.
Ah.
I just
Look.
sit down and start pouring tea at this point.
It was a rough day yesterday for all of us, and I always believe that a good meal can fix numerous wounds both inside and out. At least temporarily.
Fair.
This point, you guys see Kaz trying to stealthily walk. He rolled a 1. I'm not even going to say he towards his house.
Cars, darling, where are you going?
I'm just going to go get something.
Do you want me to come with you?
You don't have to. I know
prob-
where it is.
Well, okay. So Felicity, like, quickly gets up, and she hasn't touched anything, no food, no drink, anything, and follows after Kaz and like kind of collects her robe and grabs her leather chest plate and kind of like holds it over her shoulder. She's not going to put the underpiece on, because it smells like wet minotaur tears, so she'll wash it in the bay when she gets a chance. But she like quickly puts it to the side where everyone is, and I'll be back in a moment. Kaz and I just have to retrieve something from the house. If you could watch all of this for us, that would be greatly appreciated.
I'll save you a plate. I expect you to eat before we leave.
She's kind of like narrows her eyes at him and goes back.
So, I was walking through the town. Like, there's numerous dead bodies, and it looks like some attempt was made to bury some of the people by Wee John and his new bodyguard that you guys kind of threw at him. And he, as Kaz gets to his house, he just smashes the door open and walks in, and he goes to a little like spot under the stairs, punches a hole in the wood, and pulls out 2 steel bracers and claps them on his arms. And they both have the symbol of House Bliss on them, but very faded. And as soon as he puts them on, the symbol kind of like fades away for a second. Goes, oh, these were Mama's. She said that sometimes it's not good to show off the crest.
She would not be wrong. That's why I
And-
have mine. I left my crest. And she like has this like brief panic attack that she left her crest within her robes and stuff.
That's
Yeah.
interesting.
Yeah. And she just has like this brief moment of panic, and she's like, I'm sure they won't snoop, but part of her knows that there's a chance. So she just kind of like tries to brush it off.
So
Can she look at the armor or like insight or
you saw them pretty clearly. It is the distinct standard symbol of House Bliss. No alterations, no nothing. And as it fades, they glow blue, which was the symbol most associated with your mother.
Does
So
Felicity know what they are, like power-wise?
she knows that those were not specifically these, but usually any item that the symbol glowed blue was a personal gift from Edith. So, and Kaz goes, okay, let's get it. And he stops as he looks at the unburnt family portrait that's like a little held picture. And he just kind of picks it up, breaks, and he pulls out the paper, folds it, and tucks it in his belt. And then just goes, okay, we can go to the bar now.
Okay.
He looks a little sullen as he's walking, but every time Felicity, you look at him, he like feigns a little smile, like he's like faking like everything's okay.
Can she sing for him?
If she would like to.
Yeah, she just starts like humming one of those, like Celtic woman songs, very lighthearted and fun, and just kind of like, tries to keep a little bit cheery.
Can I get a performance check?
That'd be a 3.
Oz is just like, he seems kind of pleased, and he's like, thanks, Phil. But he like sometimes goes like a couple times, but like I think he's like, oh.
She's
like,
struggling, man, but
he's trying very hard to be nice to his aunt.
Yes.
If anybody has spent time crying and waking up the next morning, your voice doesn't work.
No. He also goes, hey, Phil, how old are you?
She kind of stops and she's like, one, I am so sorry for that terrible performance. But we try. And then she goes, I am one, cause you should never ask a lady their age. Just rule of thumb. But since we're family, 25?
Okay. You're a lot younger than Mama. He just keeps walking.
Yes, I'm one of the younger ones, I suppose.
And he says, wait, am I the youngest Bliss? Am I a Bliss? I don't even know. Do I count?
Well, I say you count, and therefore anyone who doesn't agree with me can promptly fight me. Well...
Goes, is my fur gonna turn pink?
No, we're all different colors and species. I'm sure I have Minotaur sisters somewhere. But, how old are you?
Oh, 20.
So we're not that far apart in age.
No. Minotaurs just live a real long time.
That is fair. Well, why do you want to know ages?
I'm just usually, people talk down to me and call me a kid all the time. I don't like it.
I can relate to that. It's not fun, but you're not a kid. You are our family, and you are a member of the party now. At least as far as I'm aware, so, hold yourself to it. And she's, like, trying to give, like, one of those speeches that, like, made sort of kind of similar to what her mother would give, or, like, her older sisters would give her, like, we've got this. You hold your chin high, and never let me sing with this horse of a throat again. And makes it back to the fire.
Gotcha. All right, so as you guys get back to the fire, Kaz just sits down and just gonna go, looks at everyone, and then he like kind of pulls out the picture and like unfolds it, just starts looking at it.
We will be fine.
And then, what are Karina and Keriku doing?
Just sipping on some tea, probably eating a piece of bacon, not saying anything at this point.
Yeah.
She would have, I will say, actually, she's sipping on her first, like the tea at first. She is going through the process of tracing out on her shield and on her spear, just every morning what she does to prep and set her runes the way she kind of does. It's just a ritual for herself. And then just sitting there, not saying a word, keeping an eye out for 39 or for anything else, but a little concerned that she's been gone this long.
Care probably at this point would be trying to, well, he'd at least check the surrounding area for 39 to see if she's just behind a tree or up in a tree or something surrounding the area.
Give me a perception check.
These always go so well. Cool. That's a 13.
You definitely don't see her anywhere
Yeah.
near you.
Fairly
39.
certain- I'm fairly certain if she didn't want you to see her, you wouldn't. Just so you know.
No, that's fair. By the way, the eggs, I do pride myself on my eggs. If you are interested. And about yesterday, we mentioned we would talk. Well, I mentioned we would talk. And I need to make a more formal apology for utilizing you in the way that I did.
Oz is just eating his eggs and going,
I love that they made it back in time for this one.
Oh yeah, it's gonna be good times.
he starts to go kind of like, and try to slink back onto the ground.
I was just
So, like-
minding her business. Still not
Let's-
eating though.
As he's saying all of this, he is dishing up a plate. Small portions, but he is dishing that up. But regardless, I do need to apologize for that. I won't ask you to forgive or will I try to explain my reasoning for it, but I understood the risk when I did it. And then he hands Felicity a plate without looking at her.
Just
Very
Felicity,
much to you.
like,
She takes it and like nods, but still doesn't touch it for a bit.
all right, Karina, any rebuttal?
Just after the moment of that. You don't trust people very much, do you?
Rarely.
Might be a good exercise to try. Some people deserve to be trusted, especially with their own lives. From what I've seen, you're actually the least likely to be trusted with your own, I mean.
No, you're not wrong. To trust me is usually foolish. Regardless, though, there are moments to trust even the untrustworthy, especially when you're dealing with another untrustworthy person. I did what I did to try and protect as many people as I could.
And how well did that go for you?
We tried. I won't say that my decision, I regret my decision. Did it work out? No. But I did what was the choice that I thought was the only one I had at this moment.
The choice for what I get to do.
Regardless of what I say, I already know there won't be a easy way to earn trust or forgiveness from you.
Forgiveness is irrelevant. Keriku, I don't really care. I know you did what you thought you needed to do. What you need to learn is that I'm pretty darn good at what I do.
Which is why I had you do what I had you do.
Yes, but that caused Felicity to get hurt and you to get hurt. And could have cost Kaz his life. Whereas if I had taken the brunt of the first hit, he might have been okay.
We learn from our mistakes.
Are they saying all this openly? Like, can we hear everything they're saying?
I guess you guys are sitting at the fire.
Making sure.
Kaz literally just went, what about me almost dying?
Felicity looks like she wants to interject, but bites her tongue.
I'm gonna stand up and pick up my shield and my spear and just tucking the spear into my shield arm. Is Karaku sitting down or where is he?
He's sitting.
And I'm going to put my hand on his shoulder. I'm going to squeeze it just a tiny bit harder than I need to. Trust me. The shield's there for a reason. I'm going to go see if I can find 39, or at least maybe a note that she left, because it seems like that's a thing everyone does around here.
Does seem to be a pattern.
Yeah, well, it's effective sometimes.
Okay. Well, I know what she's doing. Laura, can you message me where she's doing it? You didn't tell me where she's doing it. You just told me what she's doing.
Okay.
I will say very, very quietly, so hopefully only Kiraku can hear her. Please make sure she eats.
He just nods.
And then
Just-
one more. Get Kaz to do it.
Oh,
And then just walking out.
in that
That's like in the quietest whisper.
in exchange, Kaz did hand Felicity food and she did eat it, but it looked like a look on her face like fine.
One
'Cause-
bite to say that she could eat it, and then hasn't touched it. But the one bite she did have was exceptional.
I would like to ask, as I'm walking out into this area, to go looking for 39, obviously kind of trying to find her, but I also want to just glance around and see if I see any fruit or berries or anything like that, just the normal.
As you're walking there are some bushes and there are some stuff here and there. You do see a few bushes with some berries in them. You do see a few. You notice in the forest where y'all went earlier, there appears to be nothing. But you do notice that there is a river with a forest. The same forest was giving off that blue glow, and it's pretty much a flat, clear view. And with as pale as she is, you can see 39 already at the river.
Can I tell what she's probably, I mean, I know what Karina would be doing if she was at the river, so is she just sitting there, or is she bathing? Is she looking? I don't know.
She doing a bath.
Yeah.
At this point, she's probably like finished, so she's actually just sitting and waiting for her clothes to dry off this tree, and she's kind of playing with her right fingers and staring up through the canopy at the sky.
Sure. Karina would have gathered any of the edible berries or anything like that she found. So just going to walk out quietly, but not trying to sneak up, and just sit down and hold out the cloth with some of those berries.
Okay.
Just hold them out. And then if she takes them, cool. If not, she's just going to set them down and then go to the river and wash off herself. She's not going to get undressed or anything like that. Just, washcloth bath kind of thing.
I've had a few of those in my time.
Any kid who's ever been camping. Yeah, that's it. Nothing exciting.
Kaz looks at Felicity, he goes, "Do you want to go to the bay and take a bath?"
Yes, preferably.
Okay. And he just gets up and starts walking towards the bay.
All right. And do they have to go through the town to get to the bay, right? Is that what you said?
Mhm.
All right.
I mean,
so
you
yeah.
could go around it, but it'd be a really roundabout way to do it.
No, Felicity's gonna take her food and drop it off to the little chicklets on her way. Give it to them.
So Jared's just like, "Oh, thank you," and hands it to his babies, and they just, and within a matter of seconds, it's gone.
And she kind of smiles at that and goes on her way.
When I say chicks, these are like small human-sized baby chicks. Like,
Uh-huh.
they're wearing clothes. They're wearing like little
Cute.
tunics.
Just like gives one of the, like a head pat and
It's just-
the chef is exceptional. and waves off and goes,
Barely tasted it.
one bite.
So as you and Kaz get to the bay, you do see that there are two boats in the bay, one smaller, one larger, and you also see Jared and his children and his wife get on the bigger boat as the Kolsar man. He's like loading up, and Wee John goes, "Well, we're not going the same way y'all are. We're taking them across the sea. We're gonna try to get them to Mora if we can. There's a city we heard about called Solitude City, takes in refugees. It's to the south of Camorra. So we're going to take them there, try to get them away from the kingdom. There's a smaller boat in town. We had a fisherman. He can't use it anymore. So if y'all want to take the boat, it's free for y'all to use. If any of y'all know how to sail." And when I say small boat, it's not like a little rowboat. It's like a fishing boat.
Little sloop.
Thank you.
He just kind of he does that.
Is your jaw? I'm really sorry about that.
He just looks up at Kaz and goes, "I know one you that did the worst of it." Looks up at Kaz and Kaz just stares at him angrily. Just
Yes,
He's
well, you know, it's new day, and she like pushes Kaz along, like, let's go to the bay now. Thank you.
Kaz, but he keeps walking, and Wee John loads up on the boat, and the last of the villagers get on the boat, and they start taking off in a southward direction. Kaz leads you to the bay, and he pulls out a little kind of what looks like a little marble. It's a little blue marble with like pink, and he just drops it into the water, and a little oasis, like a little hot, like spring kind of pops from it. It was, "These were my mom's. I found them in the house." And he holds up a bag of like 30 of them.
One of my favorite little miniature inventions in D&D. It's so fun.
Oh, cool. I've never heard of this one before.
That's
rare,
I love
actually.
that. Yeah, so Felicity just like drops her cloak she'll wash it later, and in her night slip washes off.
Kaz also turning his back and just looking the other way, making sure no one is looking towards Felicity.
Like a Renaissance painting, you know. More
He's particularly looking back towards the camp and like look and like trying to see if he can make sure Kerku is behaving himself.
Kerku is still at the fire.
Yeah. So she does that real quick, washes off her robes.
Y'all are also only about 40 feet from where 39 and Karina were, and he sees, is 39 still naked?
She's waiting for her clothes to dry, and I mean, she would be half
So
in the water.
I would have
her
said
back to him.
Karina would have left her cloak just sitting there, but she would not presume to put it on. It's
So
just, but it is
And
sitting there.
39 wouldn't presume to use it.
So Kaz sees that and he just goes,
Felicity kind of like looks
He's
in the
mostly
direction.
seeing hair. She's got a lot of hair.
She's looking. Felicity like turns that direction, seeing Kaz's reaction, and she's like, "Oh, awesome!" Like she's like, "Okay," and like takes her clothes to go dry, like hang up her clothes by 39's, and kind of
Miniature bowl of fruit.
yeah.
She's just holding it.
And do you want to, Karina, is this robe for 39? Mesh like the one on the floor beside 39.
She can use it. Sure.
Do you want to cover up just a little bit, just for Kaz's sake?
at this point, Kaz is like looking straight down at the ground.
Um,
Like he is embarrassed. He's never seen a naked lady before, and in the last 2 days, he's seen a lot that look a lot like 39.
How clean is the cloak?
Karina's would be pretty clean. Like it's not Felicity's, which is covered in Minotaur snot.
No, this is when, in all honesty, it probably was in her pack the whole time we were in the labyrinth. It's not. It's what she slept covering herself.
She
It's
kind
like
of like leans forward and sniffs. What does it sniff like, or what does it smell like?
Lilac and gooseberry.
She is
no, actually, it
getting
doesn't.
any
I
kind
know
of-
what
she's-
it smells like. Actually, kind of a honey blossom scent.
No, like no trace of sweat or anything like that.
No, she wouldn't. She doesn't. Like I said, she probably the only time you saw this come out was when we were sleeping, and she used it to cover herself while she was sleeping. That's it.
Okay, she'd reach for it with her right hand, stop, take her left, and kind of very lightly, like she isn't sure she wants this thing on her, but for the sake of Kaz's comfort, she complies.
He's got black fur, but he's blushing, and you can tell.
I think
She
she'll train
doesn't-
her, but
He's a good
she
boy.
understands what the deal is, but also to her, it's just not a big deal.
yes.
So, Kaz then he just gets too flustered, and he just walks back and sits down next to Karaku. And
If he leaves, 39 would set the cloak aside.
So Kaz does it. I goes, Karaku, how does someone avoid looking at pretty ladies when they don't have clothes on?
You probably don't understand fractions yet.
I'm an adult.
I'm aware. Keep the eyes on the upper fourth of the body.
You see him starting to and he goes, okay, got it.
There you go. Yes. Or I couldn't help but notice you were doing correctly, and keeping your eyes at the floor is also a good choice.
Okay.
Or if the intention is to bathe, potentially not join them. Speaking of which, you could probably use a bath yourself.
He just goes, what bath day was 2 days ago? I have one bath day a week.
Oh, I'm going to introduce you to the joys of a daily bath. Maybe not on the road, but at least today we can. After the women are finished, why don't you and I go get ourselves cleaned up?
He goes, okay, and he hands you one of the little, I'm going to call them hot tub bombs. Fine. He's like, you want one of these?
Is this something I would recognize from...
Karaku would instantly know what it is and be very excited.
Yes, I would, and I see you have a few of them. We'll keep most of these for the ladies, but I will take this for today.
And he tightens the bag, goes, I'm going to give the rest to Fel, because she probably would want to use them a lot.
An excellent choice, yes. Thank you, Kaz. Yes. We'll give them the distance for now. It doesn't seem like anybody else is going to be eating this, so if you want to finish the breakfast, by all means.
You don't even finish the sentence, and he's...
I think
Yes,
at this point,
And then he stops and he goes, wait, Mama said use manners with noble people.
I'm
And
not
he
a noble,
starts-
but I do appreciate
And
the-
his posture instantly changes to perfect posture, and he grabs utensils, and he starts eating in perfect posture.
Not
I
bad.
think at this point, 39's been away long enough that her clothes would have
Yes,
been
we'll
dry. So
say.
she's gonna get dressed. Her hair's dripping wet, but she'll come and stand by the fire, and she's still got her eyes locked on the sky, but she'll just stand, knowing that this is the place that everyone's going to congregate to when they're finished.
At this point, Karaku, you do see that the crystal dragon its face is right next to yours. It's sniffing you.
Hello. And I'll switch to Draconic and be like, oh, hello, friend. I'm hoping. Speaking to the dragon.
The dragon just goes, and I'm not going to do too much of a voice for this guy, just tell the pale one, thank you. And he just spreads his wings and whoom, and takes off.
Think she can hear you.
He starts flying in the complete opposite direction the blue dragon was going. He's basically like, nope.
As soon as she noticed that, you can see this total oh crap.
39, are you okay?
I just had a question for him.
He's not far. We could probably...
She's gonna try, real quick, reach out to him the way she did before he's too far away to hear her.
What did she try to say?
The pink one. Does she look like the one in my party?
He goes, yes, but yours is less corrupted.
I feared so. Good luck. All in her head in Draconic, but...
And he's before you can kind of like see him, and Cause is just waving bye to him.
I'm 39, she's staring at this guy.
He tried to eat us.
It wasn't him that tried.
So are the ladies back from their bath?
Felicity's kind of, since 39 took off and like she'd pulled her hair up into like a high ponytail to let it dry. But she doesn't seem too eager to get back. She's just kind of staring at the water.
Okay. What about you,
We've got
Karina?
staring at the water, staring at sky.
Mm-hmm.
Cause is staring at Cause is staring at the ground because of the naked B9.
She's dressed. If her clothes are dry, she's dressed.
Well, she's dressed now, but I mean at the time, naked 39 and naked
Right.
Felicity were making him go.
Just gonna, from the water, just like kind of notice 39's headed back in. You have a lot of people worried about you, I think.
Is she saying that like loudly to her, or she's like how far? They're pretty close, right?
Yeah, I mean, she's trying to just talk to Felicity, but
Okay. Yeah, just make sure. I'm sorry. I do not mean to cause anyone any concern.
don't think you get a choice in that.
And she just like she forces a smile. Like you see like she kind of like turns her head slightly, and any sort of thoughts that she had been thinking before, just kind of like a wall goes up. She seems
Not a
pretty
bad thing. Just means in just a few short days, you've gained a few people, I guess, who care about you.
I suppose that's one way to look at it. Yes. And she stands up and checks to see if her clothes are dry. And if they are, she just begins kind of like redressing.
Okay. And with that, Kaz is going to notice you guys kind of like walking back if your guys getting dressed. He is going to then look at Periku and go, okay, let's go. And he's going to pick you up and put you over his shoulder. And he grabs his bath bomb and he's running towards the bay now. Throws the bath bomb in.
Put out the fire. Hold on. Wait, come back.
And he just, and he looks like he kind of tosses you up in the air for a second, like he's throwing you in the water, and then he grabs you and catches you and puts you down and goes, oh, it made you look. And then he takes everything off and just cannonballs into the water where it's a bath bomb.
Watching this happen, I think Karina's just going to completely break out of all the solemn attitude that has been going and just start cracking up. I think that was the best payback that I possibly could have helped. Oh, we didn't throw him in.
And at the mention of putting out the fire, 39, I checked up on the spell. I was going to use Druidcraft to put it out.
So
wait, okay.
So Kaz is naked in the
Still
water
sitting
and he
there.
just goes, come on, Keriku.
Keriku's not shy by any means, so he just jumps right in beside him and uses the hot bath bomb.
What did he do?
They're hot. They're like little oases. We use them a lot in the family. They're quite nice. They're like little hot one, like hot bath bombs. They're very nice.
No, the best part is I actually don't need to take a bath. It just feels good.
Cuz goes, you got covered in blood yesterday, didn't you?
Yes, but magic has some wonderful properties of cleaning.
He's gonna okay, and he's just gonna dunk his entire body in the water and pull it out, and then he's just gonna do the dog thing of shake all his fur out.
I do think we needed that.
Ed, he's going to, and y'all will like this. He's gonna be like, "All right, I'm clean now." He's gonna get out of the water, and he's gonna start walking back to camp at first. And then he's gonna go, "Oh, got my trousers." Puts his pants back on.
Oh, nice.
As he comes back for the trousers, Care is just going to quickly cast Prestidigitation to help do a little more cleaning than just a dunk. Just it's fine.
It's weird that Kaz is still smarter than Grog, though.
Mm-hmm.
And he walks back and he sits down with the ladies, and he just pulls out his X and he just starts kind of cleaning it the way Karina showed him to earlier. And he's like, I guess I should start doing this if we're going to be going places, because I might have to kill more people.
Well, let's not think of it like that. I don't want you drawing your weapon willy-nilly, especially if we're heading towards a city. And especially if you're wearing those. And she gestures to the bracers.
He kind of looks up at them, but to you two, you don't see anything but plain silver bracers.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, the symbol faded.
And Felicity finally realizes, oh, my crest, and tucks as she'd gone back dressed, she had tucked it into her chest.
It hadn't been touched.
No, it didn't. Thank the goodness. It wouldn't matter. Still, she's very relieved, and when we head towards the city, there might be some eyes on us with how our party sort of looks. So we're going to need to be on our best behavior. Did your mother teach you any etiquette or manners, stuff like that?
It was, oh yes, I am quite skilled in the art of etiquette. And he just instantly, his demeanor changes completely as soon as he hears the word etiquette.
Excellent.
He even sits up straighter and is like,
I'm so proud. She's like, good, okay, good. That will serve us well where we're going, I assume.
He goes, oh yeah, Nick's left a map, and I've been to Balbara before, so. And he lays out the map, and he points to it. He goes, so, oh wait, we need Karaku. He gets up, runs back over to picks Karaku up and puts him on the shore, and he goes, put clothes on. We're gonna.
Rita is watching all of this, just laughing the entire time. Anytime Karaku gets manhandled, she's just sitting there giggling.
Felicity would have turned around immediately.
No shame. She does not care about the nakedness
goes,
at all. Doesn't bother her at all.
We're gonna go talk about how we're gonna get there. Put your clothes on.
All right.
He just walks back, sits on, and is just kind of sitting with his arms crossed, waiting for Karaku to get back.
Or
Karaku
don't. I mean, doesn't matter.
Get dressed.
Please get dressed.
39's just staring at the sky. She's like,
doesn't bother me, but I will dress for Lady Felicity.
Thank you. I'm quite bothered.
Kaz just walks back and he goes, yeah, don't be showing Phil your wiener.
Oh my god, Kaz. She's just red.
It just Kara does just put on the trousers and lets the rest of his clothes just kind of dry or continue to dry. Walks over.
Anyone who has wet clothes still is gonna feel just this very gentle breeze helping it along.
Does that count Kaz's fur?
Yeah.
I mean, that's actually the irony. Besides her armor, Karina's clothes are wet because she stayed in her clothes because she knew how she saw Kaz's awkwardness. So
Yeah, there's just this little gentle breeze growing around everybody, speeding the process along.
So Kaz sits down with you guys, and he gets a little look on his face, like that's kind of like sorrowful. But then he just kind of looks out and goes, "So there's Balbara. You guys figure out how to get there. I'll be right back." And he literally just walks over to where he buried his mom and just sits down next to it to leave you guys to figure out how we're gonna get there. Now, on the map, you guys all see that there are a few distinct paths to get to Balbara, some shorter than others. First option is to go north through the river, but then you would need to somehow, because the river is not connected to the bay, it's just close. You'd have to somehow get the boat onto the river or somehow figure something out for that. Or you can walk through the glowing blue forest to get to Balbara. You can take the boat or in the bay and go around the forest entirely. And there's not really anywhere to dock if you do that, but you would pull up near Nevrana Keep, and then you'd be able to walk your way to Balbara. Or you can take the long but safe way on the main road and head to Teldora, the capital, and then northward to Balbara. So boat, forest, road.
Hold up, real quick. What happened to Kaz's father?
Apparently he's a dragon.
He's a what?
yeah. Sorry, there was a lot going on. I'm looking through my notes because I don't remember exactly what he said
He's
to
a
me. Something
Gold
about meeting us.
dragon.
Yeah, he's a gold dragon, and that's about it. He flew off. Sorry. There's a lot going on yesterday, and I didn't think of more thing.
No, you're fine. No, it's fine. I will unpack that later. With the map, I would prefer to avoid water, if possible.
That forest doesn't look real great.
What about the main road? It's not like we're on a time crunch, per se.
Does the main road pass through any cities? I'm double checking.
It passes through the capital.
Yeah, we're not going that way.
Why are we not going that way?
Unless you want to go around the capital.
Are you wanted in the capital?
Well, let's put it this way. If Amros is truly one of the king's cohort, do we want to go directly to where he resides?
I suppose that's a fair point.
Why would he know who we are?
Almeros?
I'm just saying, I understand. No, not Amorous, the king.
Almeros is the right hand of the king, if his words are true.
Sure, but I mean, wouldn't you just assume we died?
Unfortunately, his brain and mind might work more similarly than I care to admit. He won't assume anything.
And you think he can find all of us in a big city?
That's much easier than you think it would be.
Upon hearing this, Kaz would walk back, and he sits down and goes, "Hey, what's a scapegoat? Isn't that what that guy called us?"
Yes.
I don't know.
In other words, so a scapegoat is, say you did something that you knew your mother would get after you for, and you blamed it on somebody else. That somebody else is your scapegoat.
Oh, like when I blamed Jared for eating a whole cake.
Yes, exactly like that. I'm going to have
Mama
to note
didn't
that.
believe me.
True. However, if it comes from the right person and said with the right form of influence, a scapegoat is often more believable than the truth. And he did say that we were scapegoats. So if Almaros is truly there, and DM, does Keriku remember seeing Almaros in the King's Court?
So you don't remember specifically. Actually, give me a history check.
Not the best. It's just 14.
So you do know that you remember seeing Alnaros in the room, but he was definitely not sitting close to the king, but he was in kind of like on the same pedestal with a bunch of the people that were there.
Got it. Of the court, but not of the speaker. Okay.
Yes.
All right. Almaros is in the King's Court. So it is something that we may currently wish to avoid.
So we can't go through the capital, and we can't take a boat for some reason?
Cos goes, oh, I like boats. I know how to sail.
Well,
We lost our sailor.
But if Kaz knows how to sail, then it's not really a problem.
Right. Felicity, you seem uncomfortable with the decision. I'm uncomfortable with the capital, so I won't press.
It's nothing so serious. I can't swim.
Oh. Boats are rather safe, but I understand the fear.
What with our luck?
I'll get you if you fall off.
To be fair, I'm a
Or
pretty
Karina
strong
will.
swimmer as well. So between the two of us, we'd probably just stay towards the center. Don't go towards the railing.
It's fine. Whatever we need to do, we can do. But you can tell with like both of those comments, Fel looks a little bit agitated.
39. What about you?
About what?
Oh, she's been staring at the sky this entire time. I apologize. 39. We have... How much have you been listening first?
I heard everything.
Oh, okay. Right. So in that case, which path seems more comfortable to you?
I have no preference.
Right. So we have one against the city, one against the sea. Karina, it would seem you are the deciding vote at this point. If you want to risk the capital...
Cos kind of looks up and he goes, if I see Alnaros, I'm killing him.
And we're not going to the capital, never mind.
Also, that's a bit of a longer trip.
Right.
Um,
So we have the forest or the sea.
I'm fairly confident. Kaz, you said you can sail. That's something I don't really know how to do, but I can help.
Yeah, we went to go visit Grandma. We had to go across the whole ocean.
And you helped sail the ship, or you just rode on it?
Me and Dad. He made me help.
It's a good skill to learn.
Then
I am a quick learner as well.
I suppose that's probably the best, and given everything, a bit of the safest. And I'm going to glance at the forest. Is the blue light still noticeable, even though the sun has risen?
No, you don't notice much now. It actually feels very alluring. Like it feels like it's got like a safe vibe. Let's say that.
But it didn't give that off. It didn't give that off the night before. The night before, it just seems strange.
Hold on, let me roll a vibe check. Vibes are good.
Vibe check.
I have a player in another game. Anytime he does an insight check, he goes, "I'm gonna do a vibe check."
That's fair.
Very fair.
And he's a cleric. He's a cleric of the creator god too. So he's like, "Oh,
It's all about the vibes.
Adon's telling me the vibes are bad.
Do I know anything about these roads? Like, I mean, I know the road, but given how much traveling I've done, I think we established I hadn't come this far, but would be
No.
familiar with some legends or anything, or is there any chance?
You know that most places south of with exception of Teldora, it's a little questionable to be going that far south in Aradel just because of the mountain Corehorn is so close by, which is where the Kolsar make their home. And there's a lot of wild animals around the area because most other people tend to avoid that mountain. So there's a lot of beasts really nearby, which is why the capital has such a strong military force around it. There's lots of monsters on these roads. Like the roads themselves are not the safest. It's all basically the same as wilderness, just with the occasional guards patrolling.
But what about the forest area though? Because you said, because we could go cut straight through the forest. But normally I would have stuck to the roads probably anyway.
So as for the forest, you haven't really heard much about this forest. You've just heard that, like, the most you heard about a forest in this area was that there's some pale ladies making trouble near Ravira. That's the most you've heard.
I mean, to be fair, we've already had really bad experiences with forests, so I'm gonna argue not the forest, even though it's very pretty.
Sounds like we might need to do the ship in that case.
I'm just thinking, no offense to the rest of you, but usually people would traverse these roads with a larger guard. So, no offense. It's just how things are generally done.
None taken.
Let's go then. Whatever decision that we make, let's make it hastily and let's get going.
Kaz, can you cut down a tree real quickly?
Mm-hmm. He walks over to the nearest tree and
Before, is there something specific you need?
Just something to help Felicity with a little bit of security. Feeling more secure on the boat.
That's
And you think a tree?
That's a total of 26 on that athletics check. So
Oh,
he
boy.
literally just boom, cuts a tree completely in twain with one swing, and then kind of like he can't lift the whole thing himself, but he like just trying to drag it.
We just need a section of it. We just need a section of it.
Oh, he goes to about a point that's about like 10 feet down, and he goes here.
A little smaller, something that Felicity could hold.
He goes down to like an inch because he doesn't know how strong Felicity is. So he's
I'll walk over. I'm just going to walk over and seeing now where this is going. Just use my spear to scrape. Basically, I'm guessing about 2 feet.
Felicity, like, very calmly just takes a deep breath. And she still has Kara's jacket. And so she just kind of like walks over to him and like doesn't like shove it towards him, but hands it back. And just walks a little bit away. Just
I will just pat Kaz on the shoulder. Never mind. Just kind of pull his.
like
Impressive swing.
Us just starts walking towards the boat, and he like pats Felicity on the back very, very gently and goes, "Hey, just get on the boat when you're ready." And he just starts walking towards the boat, and he just hops on, showing that, because even when he hops on, it doesn't really move much, showing it is a pretty sturdy boat. Because Kaz weighs upwards of 500 pounds. So.
As I'm going to hold out a hand to 39 just to offer, as I'm walking by, just help pop up kind of thing, like you would.
Before
Ready?
39 goes anywhere, she's going to go over to the tree, and where Karina had marked it, she's going to place her hand on it, and when she lifts her hands away, some wildflowers start growing out of it. And then she will follow.
Okay.
I will make sure the camp is cleaned up.
I'm waiting for Karaku, just kind of It was a help up kind of thing. Not
Character's like,
moving.
yes, the bard is now the maid.
It's basically my life's work as it is. I might as well continue it. It's fine.
Felicity, are you just heading onto the boat with your
What did they
F-son?
exactly make? Yeah, like
We were gonna make it. I was gonna make a floating device.
They're gonna make a floaty.
she just kind of like starts mumbling a little bit to herself and goes onto the boat.
I will say, Karina's the cloak that she had, it's back. She would have nicely folded it back into her pack and placed it carefully. And it's kind of doing the whole, I'm checking the straps in my pack, but I'm really not. I'm kind of just waiting for you to figure out, are you ready to go for Kirikou?
Just making sure that the area is really quite clean and basically back to how it was before they left, or before they got there. Kirikou finally just stands up and, oh, you'll see that. Thank you. Shall we?
She's not helpless. And I just kind of just pat him on the back and push him in, like with the pat, push him in front of me and start walking after the others.
Right.
And when 39 meets Felicity on the boat, she's just gonna kind of reach out and pause. May I? Just kind of towards your horn, but more of your hair area. And she's just gonna brush her fingers very gently, and some more flowers are just gonna kind of pop up around on her horns.
And when Felicity kind of like reaches her hands up and feels like the flowers, she just kind of looks at 39, and only 39 would be able to tell this or see this, but for a minute you just see the most shattered face that you could think of, like with kind of watery eyes and stuff. And then just like that, it's back to normal. And she just takes a deep breath and, thank you so much, 39.
And 39 just gonna caress her cheek the way she had the dragon. You're gonna be all right. She'll walk past her onto just kind of start exploring the area.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And Karina, Kirikou, as you two get onto the boat, Kaz unfurls the sail and he undoes the rope and he tosses Kirikou a compass and he says, just in case it gets foggy. And he starts to like position like the back like rudder, and he like pushes off with an oar from like the shore. And then the wind picks up a little and he starts kind of steering from the back, and he kind of looks and goes, it's going to take us 2 total days to get to Balbara, 1 by boat, 1 by walking. So first, y'all want to see some sights? He points over to like some sprouting mountains like in the middle of the bay.
Jungle Cruise.
It's just
It's the backside of water.
and he goes, don't ever go there. That's
Cool.
where a bunch of kids died. We don't know what killed them. Every time we sent someone there, they died. So we're gonna keep going. And he points across the bay to a massive heap of like grayish black mountains. He goes, that's the Shadow Peaks. They tend to be, sometimes we see black dragons flying around over there. And they kind of keep to themselves over there. They don't come this way, so maybe hope that blue dragon didn't piss them off. But we don't know what else is there. Most people don't go in there, at least here. We do know there's a big lake in the middle of it. And as he just keeps steering, he goes, that's about it. Watch the water, everyone except Felicity. Just make sure that there's no creatures near the edges of the boat. And if there are, let me know. And you guys kind of notice Kaz seems way more competent than he ever has to you guys before. As soon as he's like I need to do a thing, he's like, all right, fun mode over, work mode. And with that, y'all's first day of journeying commences. Who wants to roll a d12 for me? Y'all have to pick someone to roll.
I'll go.
I don't trust myself.
I've got it. I think this is a 12. Here we go.
My rolls have been terrible today.
3.
Okay. 3. What did I have for 3? Ah! So, funny enough, that was the best roll you could have had.
Oh!
You actually, the wind picks up so much that you guys actually clear the bay in a span of like 6 hours as opposed to 12.
Nice.
And so in that 6 hours, anyone who is doing what? Like Kaz is occasionally asking you guys to help him with stuff, but for the most part, he's handling everything on the small-ish boat. And does anyone want to have any more conversations?
39's gonna hang out at the front of the boat, kind of with her legs dangling over, and
I can
just
show you the world.
and she's just feeling this new sensation of the breeze on her face, the smell of the sea, and the colors that are surrounding her, and is just soaking it all in.
Okay. Erku, you don't need to be compass boy, so because Karina rolled the best she could have. Just to let you know, she had rolled a 12. That is attacked by young sea serpent. So
cool.
Thank you.
Good to know what's in her future.
Oh, it's going to change every time you get on a boat. I'm changing the numbers every time.
Episode, he said.
I know, right? This isn't going to have any
To be fair,
encounters.
that was the only thing that had an encounter on here.
We're okay. We're okay. We're fine.
You avoided the encounter. That is a challenge rating of 4 that y'all would have kicked the crap out of. So.
You say that.
Well,
we've seen how well I do in combat in this campaign.
And Soldier's not here to save all your
I
just like he
know.
has been. Well, Soldier and Karina. You still got Karina. And
Yeah, don't sell me short. I'm more muscle than he is.
well, I'm just saying Soldier kept getting the lucky hits where he just did
he
a
did.
crap ton of, and then Vidia's just like pew, pew, pew. I
They
hit
were well targeted.
very well
speaking
targeted.
of which, she at some point would have grown some grass and wrapped them around her pointer, middle, and right, or thumb on her right hand.
And another thing I added with 3, you guys do notice that there seems to be a few dolphins swimming kind of next to this is saltwater bay. There's some dolphins swimming like kind of by the boat. Guys just looks and goes, they're having troubles. There's a sea serpent in here. It keeps eating them.
It's good to know.
Felicity just kind of like sits closer into herself. She's just been playing with the flowers that 39 kind of grew in her horns, and her hair's back. So she's just kind of playing with it and trying not to think about drowning.
Kaz doesn't like notice. He goes, "Oh, those are pretty flowers."
Yeah.
And he actually goes up to 39 and like hands her his axe and goes, "Can you put flowers around the shaft of my axe?"
Oh, do you have a color that you like?
He remembers his mom's color. He says, "Purple."
Purple. She's gonna look around and see Care, and then she's gonna grow and she'll think about Nyx, who just left, and with a combination of Care and Nyx's purple, she'll grow some flowers on his axe of the two combined.
Yes, thanks. Puts it back and then immediately just goes back to what he was doing. So, with that, we say your boat travel was very successful, and you arrive on the shore. It's not a seamless landing, as the shore is not like the best, but
there was one conversation that
okay,
Erica would like to attempt at some point.
go for it.
Assuming 39 is spending most of their time at the front Kara will eventually join her and just kind of lean on the prow. So 39. I have so many questions, but I'd like to just simply start with you. 39 is your only name? Is that the name your creator gave you?
No.
You don't have to tell me. Secrets are something I understand, and names are one of them.
It's not a secret. He didn't want me to leave as a number. So he gave me his name.
His name?
Not his first name.
Oh, okay.
She just smirks.
If you don't mind my asking, then what is the name he gave you?
Gray.
Gray. 39 Gray. I think I'll stick with 39 for now, unless you would prefer me to call you Gray.
I've been a number my whole life. It doesn't make a difference now.
Being an object used does not sit well with me. So, if you don't mind, I may call you Gray in that case. You're not a number.
Suits you.
You're not a number. Is what you were called, but you are not a number.
Your sentiment is appreciated. The sky. Is this the only blue?
Depends on the day. I assume this is not a sky you're familiar with, if you don't mind my presumption.
It's not my sky.
Going to push back the thousands of questions that just raised and simply state you may or may not have seen already, but this sky holds more than just blue. It's not a one-note symphony, if you will.
No. It's not. If that were true, my sky wouldn't look like you.
I look like your sky. I'm assuming it's not horns, but referring to the color, I assume?
Yes.
I see. A purple sky. Sounds quite beautiful.
Like amethyst on a black lily.
Amethyst. My favorite stone. You are a mystery, and I enjoy a good mystery.
I fear you will be disappointed.
There are few mysteries that I am disappointed in. But for now, I will leave my questions at that, and hope that in time we can continue to get to know one another, and I can learn more of you, not a number.
And she'll just quietly think on that. Won't say anything else.
Kirk will make his way back to the aft of the ship and start trying not to blow chunks over the side.
39 is now the best flirt in the party without even intending to be.
So true.
Look, she's read a lot of books and
And Kerku's now in love.
Out of curiosity, the mast of the ship that holds the sail, I'm assuming it's a one sail.
Yeah, single sail ship.
Would Karina be able to climb up there?
It's only about 15 feet high. So yeah, like
Okay.
it's only like 5-6 feet above Kaz's head is the tip.
Okay, that's fair. I just went, maybe she just climbs up there just to look out, and that's it. Just wanted to feel the wind.
With that slightly higher elevation, you do kind of like glancing over towards the shadow peaks you talked about, you do kind of see what Kaz was talking about, like that there are several black dragons just kind of flying around and like perched on the mountains. But they're pretty far away, so it's like not a concern. It's just more of like a cool sight.
Mm-hmm.
That dragon repopulation that happened a few years back is going a little nuts.
It's the Shadow Peaks, correct?
Mm-hmm. Lots of black dragons. So with that, we'll go ahead and say that you guys make it to shore. And Kaz just kind of ties the boat to some rocks and like hops out, and he like helps each of you out one at a time. With 39, and he's very delicate with Felicity. He helps her out, and Karina, he offers his hand to her, like trying to be kind of smooth, but realizing he's a dork. Just goes.
I just kind of clap my hand into his hand and just shake my head and then launch myself over, using his arm to kind of give me the extra height I need.
He grabs Karaku by the back of his collar, just picks him up and puts him down.
That never
Yep,
gets
it
old.
fits.
Never gets old.
You're the
I'll be honest.
second. You're one of the smallest. You're the second smallest one here.
Not wrong. I don't mind. It's easier than walking. Though I would appreciate avoiding the collar next time that can stretch out the fabric, but never mind.
So Kaz kind of looks out. He like leads you past like these little like rocky peaks they were at, and you see that there's some rolling hills, and in the distance you can see a small road that leads towards. You can see a massive city in the distance. There's trees. There's two forests kind of on either side, but you can see the peaks of their towers like far above the tree line. And he points. He goes, "That's where we're headed. Used to be the capital before the new king took over."
Just so we're all aware, we're looking for a place there. At least that's what Kaz's father told me.
Did you say a specific place?
Yes, the Shaded Cloak. Do you know where that is, Kaz?
He looks down and goes,
Is that something I would have heard of?
He just said to gain vengeance for Kaz and to go to Balbara and find the Shaded Cloak. And then he flew away. The opposite direction.
"Oh, so you know my dad's a dragon. Okay, I don't have to hide it."
Sorry, I
And you knew?
think...
"Well, yeah, my dad's an adult gold dragon. How would I not know that?"
And you can tell like when Fel takes a step forward, she kind of like stumbles a bit and like catches herself from being.
Sea legs.
He just goes, "He used to let me ride him when I was little."
Question. Really random question. Wait, you've never mind. She says
He goes, "That's why Grandma liked him."
and you just hear she just starts blasting off all these explicits that you've not heard from her mouth before. And then it like dies down to a mumble, and she's just like walking the other direction real quick. She's not going far. It's literally just like a pacing, like a get rid of your temper before.
Kaz just kind of walks up and he looks kind of upset. He goes, "Do you not like Grandma?"
She doesn't hear him.
That is a loaded question, my friend. Karika will just grab Kaz by the side of his arm because that's about as high as I can reach. Best leave her to this one for a moment.
Grandma's really nice though. Just like
To some.
Kirko, can I ask you a question?
Mm-hmm.
Well, okay, let me check something, TM. We've said Karina at least knows who the Blisses are, correct? Or is it just
yes.
her mother that okay.
You know who they are by reputation.
But I haven't ever
You've never met any of them.
to my knowledge. Okay.
That you know.
Okay. How I get the idea that the matron is a bit controlling or something.
Yes. To put it lightly, controlling would be one way of putting it.
Because that was really, I mean, that was big.
Well, she did just get off a boat. She's technically officially a sailor now, so that mouth matches.
They weren't even, the curse words that came out of her mouth weren't even like legitimate curse words. They're ones that she made up over the years.
They were like fluffing stinker.
Exactly, like just a
Fork.
whole
Fork.
No.
Why can't I say fork?
Why does everything on this? Why does all this freaking stuff happen to me? Forget my life.
She
You can all just have a freaking bar mitzvah with a gosh darn pig.
Yeah, she curses like that, like where you can kind of like tell which words are associated with which, but like, yeah, that's her equivalent.
Find me in the Alps.
Yeah.
But to answer your question, Karina, the short answer is yes. Unfortunately, it's a bit more complicated than that. She treats those in her family well to a certain point.
Okay. And I'm just gonna walk towards Felicity and get like next to her. Are you sure you're all right with this?
I have a lot of questions. And she to tell like she's trying to calm herself down. It's just this whole time I thought that she was the outcast and that's why she was being made to do all of these things. But if the dragon was and she, that means that it wasn't. And she's just kind of like, you can tell the gears are turning really fast in her head and nothing is lining up with what she thought she knew. And so she's just kind of like very confused, but is switching back and forth between showing it and going completely deadpan. So like her balance is way off.
I don't really know your mom. I know her by reputation. Or your family, I guess. But if she's anything like mine, she probably wants what's best for your family, I guess. Which generally might be best for you. I don't know. That's not right. Maybe it was your sister's choice. She seemed rather happy.
I didn't get to see her myself, aside from when she was in pieces. But happiness is not always what it seems to be. Especially on the outward side, especially with us.
Yeah, you kind of keep doing this switch between I'm in control and I'm not in control, and
it's training for nobility, unfortunately.
She like looks at Karen like he understands. It's
Mama just told me how to dance and how to eat right. I don't know. Stutter. Oh,
That
sure.
means-
You actually see Karina's face kind of harden for a second, and then she relaxes again and shrugs. Well, the best way to burn off temper is to take a walk. So let's go.
This is all right. This way. And who wants to roll me a d12 for your path through the hills to the main
That's one
road?
of you guys. I already got us something lucky.
If no one volunteers, I'll volunteer.
And this is the same day because we made such good time,
Yes.
correct? Okay.
There we go. Go for it.
This is a different list, so
7.
okay, I'll keep that in mind. But your actual
Always a great answer. Cool.
traversal through the hills goes very well. You don't really see anything. You do happen to see from a distance on one of the hills a griffin nest with a few hatchlings in it, and you can see the mama circling above, but she doesn't seem to pay much attention to you a lot, as she has a couple horse carcasses in her talons. So it appears she got her catch of the day. So she kind of leaves you guys alone. That would have been an 11. And you see it kind of land and like feed the baby griffins. And as you proceed through the hill area, you make it to the main road, and there's people traveling along this road. Some people going to Balbara, other people going to other cities like Neverend Keep or Ilalora. But Gauze just points and he goes, I feel like this is where you guys would know better. But he goes, but I know Balbara's that way. And you see standard like kingdom like guards on the road, like just standard. They're wearing their standard blue armor, and they're just kind of like, okay, yeah, whatever. They're with their symbol that appears to have been painted over, which was once the symbol was a platinum dragon, is now painted over with a silver lion.
As we walk, Karaku would love to be keeping an eye out for any tattoos, markings, signs of any underground connection.
Roll me a perception check.
Aye. Oh, that's much nicer. That is a dirty 20.
Dirty 20. Okay, let me see which one I have. You do see a symbol tattooed on someone's forearm, a symbol that you very clearly recognize from an organization you were very much fond of in the kingdom, run by a very close former confidant of yours.
Lovely.
And he looks up and instantly sees you, and you recognize this younger gentleman, young elven kid, maybe in his maybe in his like 200-300s, which for elves is very young. And he sees you, and he kind of walks over and just goes, "Kaku."
Evening, well, afternoon. And we'll switch to Thieves' Cant at this point, I would assume.
Yes.
And just casually ask, is Bobara currently safe for moving through? What are the guards like? Do we have a safe house? Who can I connect with?
And he just kind of, in Thieves' Cant, does repeat, yes, it's safe. The king's men are not going through there. The Order of the Platinum Light have been keeping them at bay as they now control the city. And also, his lady would be very pleased to see him if he wants to meet her in Balbara. She is in the city at this time, and all Karaku need do is look for the signs.
Understood. I'll do a quick hand sign to him of understood, and pass off 2 gold to him.
Takes the 2 gold and just kind of smiles at you, and he takes a quick glance at your president Thieves' Cant, says, "Very lovely traveling companions you have." And then he looks up at Kaz, especially him. Just keeps walking.
The company I keep sometimes. We love it. We got this. I'll catch up with the group at that point.
If I can, while we're walking, are there any like traveling traders or anything like that have children that are running, along?
Oh,
like how busy is
all
this
over
road?
the place. All over the place.
Falling into step with, some of them, just once it seems comfortable, like it's clear she's gonna, I just want to just kind of exchange nods with some of the traders guards, and then as the kids are like running around and things as they do, she's will definitely, if given an opportunity to play tag or just kind of mess with them, it's natural for her, so she just kind of falls into that natural tendency.
Okay, and with this happening, one of the little girls gets very brave and she runs up to Felicity. It's a little tiefling girl. She also has pink skin but with white hair. Her horns and her clothes look a little dirty. Her parents look a little worse for wear. And she just looks over and she goes, "Miss, are you an angel or a goddess?"
You could see like Felicity crack a smile. And she like gets down to her level and no, I don't think so. Are you?
She goes, "But you're so pretty."
And she like takes one of the flowers from her horn that 39 had made and gives it to her.
She just takes it and then she just kind of smiles and runs back. And as she stops, she looks at Karina. She just goes, "You look very strong," and just keeps running.
Just kind of chuckle, and then whatever, how kids are. Once they get used to you and get the right vibe from you, just messing with them.
This said little girl runs back to her parents. It looks like the parents have 3 or 4 other children, and the children are basically wearing like potato sacks as clothes and no shoes. And the parents also are wearing like rags, and they're just like, he's got a long, like unkempt beard, and he's just like, "Come along, we have to make it to the refuge."
Felicity follows the girl to the family.
The father kind of looks up and he just kind of like, "Yes, milady, have we done something? Have we done something? Did one of my children do something wrong?"
No, not at all. She speaks in a very calming, reassuring voice. It's just that, you see, I was in quite distress and your daughter actually blessed me a bit. And so, of course, in turn, I am obligated to bless you in return. And she hands him 10 gold very discreetly.
Takes it and just goes,
"Please.
Thank you, milady.
You treat them well." And she does like, her smile and bows to them and goes back to the group.
You see the father get very excited. He kind of like secretly shows his wife, and they start moving at a hustle. And he does shout back and he goes, "My lady, if you're ever in Solitude City, please don't hesitate. If you see us, we would love to, apparently they're giving houses to everybody. We'd love to have you for dinner."
Of course. May she goes, "May Venor be with you."
He kind of pauses hearing that God's name and then just kind of like waves and then just keeps going. And so as you guys are progressing along, you notice the standard guards, and you guys are getting much closer to Balbara. And you guys can kind of see ahead, and kind of towards Balbara's gates, there's no kingdom soldiers at all, but heavily clad knights wearing silver armor with the emblem of a platinum dragon on their breastplate. They seem to be arguing with some soldiers wearing black armor with silver trim, all with lion emblems. These not painted on, engraved in. And these knights turn away from the gates and they start walking towards you guys, and they stop. And as soon as they see Karaku, and another one stops as soon as he sees Felicity, and they all draw their swords.
I'm gonna take the little boy who is probably riding on my shoulder and set him down and send him running back to his family.
One of them walks up and he goes, "Felicity Bliss, Karaku Windmire.
You're outside of your jurisdiction."
You're under arrest for crimes against His Highness. No one is out of the jurisdiction of the King's elite.
He'll lean over and look to the Order of the Platinum Light. It's like, is that true?
And the guy gets in front and he goes, "This is Uthros' Silver Guard, or jurisdiction over the entire." And you hear, "That's quite enough then." As you see a tall, half-elven lad wearing full plate armor, jet black, short hair, walk out, and he literally steps between them and just goes, "Now, you wouldn't want the king to piss off my father, would you, boy?" As the guy just kind of looks at him and he just goes, "We'll be back. You're harboring criminals now." And he looks at you all and he goes, "I highly doubt they are criminals. Now, leave or die." They all put their swords back and start moving back. And the young lad just turns to one of his guards. He's like, "Make sure these ones are within the walls soon, and just make sure they're taken care of." And he walks off before even saying anything to any of you.
Did they seem to notice 39 or myself at all?
Nope, they were instantly, as soon as they saw Karaku and Felicity, were like, "Shh."
So Felicity, she doesn't say anything, but she kind of reaches out and takes the very, very end of Karaku's cloak, between her fingers, and doesn't say anything. She's just holding on to it very tightly.
39 slips her arrow back with her thumb in the place.
Do the elite guard pass nearby?
They do.
Okay, after they pass to where they're not looking at Karaku, he's going to use prestidigitation very quietly, and the smell of just the worst possible outcome of a meal a few hours later, just right in all of their mouths.
Oh, you put a taste in their, or a smell in their mouth?
They're like, "Ugh."
That is the worst.
I want to, just knowing that I've been kind of around with the carts and such, I just want to climb up on one of the carts so that I can see them as they're walking away. So I probably see the reaction, but I want to watch which direction they're going.
They're heading directly across the main road, and you can actually see them shoving people down as they walk. And the young knight who says that, he kind of grabs Karina. He goes, "It's not worth it, darling. They'll get what's coming to them when my father finishes what he's doing." He goes, "My apologies." And he kind of does this little thing with his hair. He's got very attractive young man. He's got a square jaw, bright blue eyes, and he's got a couple of blades attached to his gauntlets. And he goes, "My name is Hector Sulava." And Karaku, you instantly recognize the name, and so do you, Karina, the name Sulavar. Spelled Seluvar.
Felicity wouldn't recognize it?
You might, but not in the way that Karina would.
Ooh.
You would recognize it as... Karina, you would know, and Karaku, you would definitely know that his father is Lord Gideon Sulavar, who is the High Seeker of the Order of the Platinum Light, who have openly said, "Uthros is not our king." And they're typically good-natured. The Order of the Platinum Light employs both paladins and clerics in their employ. And Lord Gideon was known for besting a few giants in single combat. So his son must be of some kind of martial prowess as well. And Lord Gideon is also known as one of the few humans of nobility in the kingdom.
I will hop down from the cart and, assuming nobody looks hurt, unless I will hurry up to catch up with the group. I guess walking with Hector, just alongside. Does that happen often?
Quite frequently. Every single person who looks like they're worth a spit in a fight or who looks like they have some money, those call themselves the Silver Fangs. They tend to try to arrest everyone they can. Because I don't know what you two did to piss them off. He looks at Keriku and Felicity. But you'll be safe within the walls.
It's appreciated you stepping in. I believe the title would be Duke Gideon? Or Duke Cinnabar?
That would be my father. I myself am simply a captain in my father's military.
A man whose reputation precedes him, certainly.
Yes. Second captain. First captain is a bit besotted at the moment, but I will gladly introduce you to him and he notices you, Felicity, and he kind of looks and he goes, "Wouldn't happen to be of House Bliss, would you?"
And she just smiles and bows her head, still holding on to Kira's sleeve.
Well, your sister will be happy to see you.
Which one? Which of
he just kind of chuckles and he goes, "You don't know."
It's been a very long day, sir.
My apologies. Well, it is... just making sure I got the name right. It is actually your sister, Ada. She joined the Order a few years ago. She's actually my top lieutenant.
And as you say that, recognition flickers in Felicity's eye, and she lets go of Kira's sleeve, and she's just like, Ada's here.
Not currently in the city, but she's out scouting, but she'll be back very soon. She went to scout some kind of disturbance we heard about. We had heard that there was some problems happening near Rosara, so we dispatched your sister along with a few of units to go see what the problem was.
You have the ability to do sending.
I do not, but I do have some fellows who might.
The Rosaria issue is long since past. We may need to speak to your father more in depth about that.
Indeed. Well, no use leaving you here outside. Come on in. The massive gate on the massive walled city opens, and you see a flourishing town where there's people running around, children, everyone, there's people. You also see more humans than you would expect to see in a massive city this far south, not in the Frostwild. And he just walks and goes, "Welcome to Balbara. Personal recommendations are to check out the tavern and also shop run by a certain man. Just, he's a bit eccentric. Just look for the Gold Glitter Emporium. You can't miss it."
Do I know that name?
You've heard it, but you've never met the proprietor.
Okay.
Sounds lovely.
He can provide you with food, drink, clothes, weapons, armor. He's kind of a purveyor of all things. And he kind of looks Kaz up and down. He just goes, "Are you in need of a job, lad?" And he gets really close to Felicity and just says, he goes, I have one protecting her." And he's good lad. But if you ever want a job that pays, I can provide for that, and for all of you, of course. If you talk to my father, he'll probably send you on something a little bit more extreme than what I'm planning, but we do have a few small tasks need doing, a few people need dealt with. If you Nothing crazy. I don't want you to go and just murder anyone. I would like people brought to justice.
Are you trying to poach my party, sir?
Actually, working to recruit you. If you're anything like your sister, you're quite capable.
Well, I'm afraid that for now, tavern and shopping is of great interest.
Of course.
Do you know where the shaded cloak is?
He hears that and he just kind of leans forward and just goes, you may want to... I do not associate with that place, but our first captain, my superior, does. He's a little bit more willing to put his fingers in any pies that please him, as it were. He might be at the Gold Glitter Tavern. You can't miss him. You'll know him from his pet and his armor. He just kind of leans back and he goes, now I have some well, to be frank, it's been a long day and I'm done with my shift, but if you need anything. And he points up to a massive castle. And he says, that's where my father and I live. Also, I'm highly apologize. I know your names, the rest of you. And he gestures to Karina, 39, and Kaz.
Karina's been like in the back this whole time. Her fingers, her band-aid fingers, just playing with the feathers on her.
You mean 39?
Yeah. What did I say?
You said Karina.
Oh yeah,
I was
no,
like, what?
Nope.
So he does notice.
Body swap.
It wasn't me this time.
Actually, let me see. He notices you doing that and just looks down and he just puts his hand up and he just nods at you and doesn't try to get you to stop. He's just like, so, and he goes, what are your names?
Karina, Rita's daughter.
Ah. Your grandmother is, if you are who I think you are,
Yeah.
we'll have to have a drink and a chat.
Sure, of course.
And you, large fellow. Cause Bliss. I didn't realize there were male blisses and not such beefy ones. And he just looks at Felicity. Is this a new thing?
Well, he's under my protection, so he is what I tell him he is. So far, he is a bliss. And we happen to like them beefy.
I like me. That song just plays in the background. So
You can tell she's taken on as the aura of before of like the...
he just smiles and he goes, and you, my lady. And looks at 39.
She just stares at him.
She's more of an actions than
Well,
words.
if she can handle that bow, then I like her.
Better than most.
He just nods and he goes, all right. And he nods at, thank you, my lord. And he looks at Felicity and my ladies. I'm not sure how to respond to you. Good lad. And he goes, I'll leave you to it. So the Gold Glitter Emporium's down that way, and you see 3 buildings they have blue roofs, but completely golden walls, like on the outside. And he goes, if you're wishing to speak to him and also look for the first captain, you might want to try that. And he just bows his head slightly and starts heading off towards the large castle.
So,
Yeah, the minute he stopped, he's gone. She had kind of set her shoulders and everything when he recognized her, and then she's beelining that direction, just going.
oh, well, I guess, all right. Shall we follow?
Go.
So as you guys walk down the street, like a couple of people mostly they're eyeing Kaz. They're like, oh my word. Like a bunch of people are just like, whoa. In fact, this one little boy walks up and goes, whoa. Are you a centaur? And he's like, no, Minotaur. I'm not a horse. Cool. My friend Nix can be a horse, though.
Keep your eye out for us, kid. The horse will be here.
The kid just runs off with his friends. They see they're playing like little games with like some actual bones like on the ground. They're like trying to catch them in their hands. You see a bunch of people. You see some like not very kind looking folk hanging out like in the alleys just staring at you. A couple people making looks at 39, Karina, and Felicity. Couple of gentlemen making not very nice looks. And Kaz immediately just starts slowly, and some of them go, and they look away, but then there's other more brave who are just continuing. I mean, it's probably not every day they see a woman clad in all pink, flowy garb with pink hair, and a girl who is just white.
And the fact that she's 6'2".
And also Karina's a buff babe, so they probably don't see that often. So, as you guys get to the entrance, you see 3 buildings. One that says Gold Glitter Wares, one that says Gold Glitter Tavern, one says Gold Glitter Inn and Hotel. And you see a sign stamped on Gold Glitter Inn, food and drink not sold here, don't even try.
Karina's beeline for the tavern at this point, unless somebody stops her. So.
As she beelines, Kiriko will just turn to the others. Should I procure us rooms whilst you make sure Karina doesn't drink herself into oblivion?
Kaz goes, I'll go with Karina.
Good
Perfect.
choice.
Just about to suggest that.
39, you want to come?
I'm gonna stay.
Okay. Kaz just opens the door, and first we'll do Karina and Kaz. This is a massive tavern. Like, there are several decorated, everything on there's golden weapons decorating the wall. There is a gold dragon head on the wall, and you can tell you can tell on closer inspection, it's not actually a gold dragon's head. It's a white dragon's head that someone has painted gold. And the bartender is a very short halfling girl with blonde hair, and she's just like up on there's a little walkway behind the bar. She's like sitting on it, and she's getting everyone's drinks for them. It's a very busy bar.
I'm glancing around trying to see if I can find the first captain, if he's there.
Nothing gets you at a glance, but then there's a lot of people in here. Mm-hmm. So might want to try talking to someone who works here, possibly. But okay. Before that, Keriku, Felicity, and 39. Are y'all going into the Emporium?
I'm going wherever these 2 are going.
I was first planning on rooms, so the inn.
Oh, rooms? Okay, so you go to the inn, and behind the bar there is this surly little, like, very scrawny half-orc young man, and he's just like, hello, welcome to the Gold Glitter Inn and Hotel. My name's Linus. What can I do for you?
Linus, my friend. We have been traveling a long way, had a very long weekend. Would love to procure a few of your finer rooms.
Okay. Pulls out this big book, rolls to the back, he goes, do you want our best rooms?
Depends on what they run.
Well, and you see him get exasperated. He goes, we have the massive spender room, which is 10,000 gold and comes with a rotating bed, fountains, and mood lighting.
Seems a little out of my reach personally, but we'll keep it in mind for future use. Dear friend, you seem a bit under chipper, if you don't mind my prying. Is everything all right?
He's like, look, man, I just got my spells back for the day. I had to cast silence on the honeymoon suite. It's been 3 days, man.
I hear you.
I'm tired.
No, I get you. I understand, my friend. Try to understand we are not here for recreational purposes, so we will try to keep things quiet.
I don't judge. It's not my
Fair
job.
enough.
While they're talking, can Felicity go out?
If 39 sees Felicity try to go, she's gonna grab her.
I'm just going to the Emporium. You can meet me there.
I can catch up.
Exactly. I could appreciate some time.
You can go with her, 39.
You don't have to.
The Lord's like, what would she do?
She's looking between these two.
39.
Felicity seems like she's more capable of taking care of herself, so she's actually gonna just... And she also understands the need to decompress alone.
Yes.
So she
All right.
hesitantly lets her go.
All right, so for you, Lytus just goes, we have our nicer rooms that the key we give you changes it to whatever you fancy. Those are only 100 gold a night.
100 gold a night. Right. Let me go speak to my friends. Could you put my name on 3, and if I'm not back in 2 hours, you can release them?
Sure thing, man.
Thanks, Linus. You're a peach. And I'll throw him a couple of gold for...
Okay.
And I will then follow to the Emporium, I guess.
So before we get... Oh, no, we'll do the Emporium first. So you guys open the door. There's not very many people in there, but there's a disgruntled little goblin, and it goes, welcome! Boss! Greg.
Hello, Greg.
Welcome to Gold Glitter Emporium. My boss will be down about it. I'm just doing inventory. You see a huge collection of assortment of magical items along the wall. Like dozens and dozens, including weapons. And as you hear this, you don't hear anything, but Greg goes, and he like runs in the back, and he you hear him whispering, and he walks out with a little trumpet, goes, doo, 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 as the fly out. And at this point, we'll say Karaku and 39 walk in, and a man with long golden hair down to almost his ankles, flowing wavy hair. He's got somehow golden eyes, golden irises. His pointed ears are very decorated with jewelry. He's wearing some full, fine golden plate armor with golden chainmail, and he just goes, "Oh, hello, darlings, and welcome to the Gold Glitter Emporium, where I make all of your fancies come true. Now, what is it you fancy? Weapons, magic, armor. I have it all, and then some." And then he like gets a ghost. He goes, "Ooh, and Adon has blessed me with 2 beautiful tieflings today."
I'm going to enjoy this very
39
much.
just keeps in the background.
"Oh, you're quite pretty too, dear, but not my type. I like horns."
There's a joke in there somewhere. I'm not going to make it.
Right on the surface, but we're just
Oh
gonna
my
stay
dear,
past it.
we're gonna scoot past, and he just looks at you and goes, "Well, my dears, first of all, what are your names?"
I'm Felicity.
Felicity, a pleasure to meet you, darling.
You too?
Keraku Windmere. At your service.
Keraku. And you, my dear?
39.
As in the number?
Yes.
I like you. He just goes, "No, well, it's just, my name is Galadin Goldglitter."
Galadin, it's
Nice to meet you.
a pleasure.
High cleric of our Lord and Savior Adon, and frankly, his prettiest servant.
I would believe it.
Because of whatever gods you two worship could probably claim the same.
He like just turns to Care, like, "Do you worship a god?"
That's a question for another day.
Huh.
He goes, oh, I know his type. He worships the gold. He worships the god of clinking coin.
It is certainly one of the deities in which I make my company. Nevertheless.
Lovely.
I wouldn't put your stock in it. He's got a rather short lifespan. And
Oh, even better, darling. Here for a good time and not a long time. I like
he's
it.
perfect for you. And she just like brushes past him to go look at the magic items on the wall.
Oh, we're gonna have fun with this. All right.
Being careful how I phrase things. I've had to pause for a second a couple times to be like, is that okay? I think that's okay. But
My
before we continue with Lord
Sure.
Gold Glitter, we're going to go back to Karina. So, Karina, you make your way to the front of the bar. Kaz has already got 2 mugs of ale, and he's just slams it down and hands you one. He goes, It's been a really long day. We need these. I can't hear you.
Uh-oh. Pause for technical difficulties.
Hey.
There
No,
she is.
You're good.
Oh,
You're good.
that was weird. Okay. I suppose it has. Are you all right? I'll just kind of
No.
sidle up so that I'm, I don't know, at the bar stool with him. I don't know where we are.
No, and no. But I gotta be strong.
You know, being strong isn't always about showing that you're strong.
She just sits there and gets tell us conversation does not make him comfortable right now, and he's just like looks at you and just goes, "Excuse me, barkeep." And the little halfling girl trots up and she goes, "Yeah, what can I do for you?" And he just kind of looks at Karina and goes, "Do you have a question?"
Yeah. Do you know, and I'm gonna glance around because already there was one poor reaction to the name. So, the shaded cloak, by any chance?
She just goes, You'll want to find. Go in that back corner that you see the one that nobody's in.
Uh-huh.
Go there. There's one person in there. You might want to talk to him. She goes, and if you need anything, my name's Mitzi.
I'm sorry, what was it?
Mitzi. Mitsie. And she just goes, just look for the blonde guy with the real big sword.
Fair enough. Thank you, Mitzi. If a few others enter, one purple and one pink and, well, one rather pale, can you just point him in that direction?
Sure.
Trust me, they'll stand out a bit.
Alrighty. And so as you and Kaz head your way over to that corner, we're going to pay her back to Kerku's dating sim. And he's just sitting behind the counter and he's like, so, what does one as delectable as yourself require from me?
I'm more curious as to what you have to offer.
Oh, darling, I have so much to offer. You have no idea.
39 is just internally cringing, like, I should have stayed. I should have went to the tavern.
You're gonna regret following Kerku. No. Well,
I regret all my decisions.
everything's okay. First of all, your fashion sense is lovely.
Oh, I know, dear.
I admit gold is not quite my color for my style, but what would you recommend?
Are you looking for fashion or weaponry or magical items?
Well, as my friend mentioned, my lifespan is a bit in question at some cases, so a bit of protection might be of use. But obviously, keeping up appearances is important as well.
I have just the thing, darling. And he walks back and he pulls out what looks like fine clothes that match perfectly with your color scheme. He goes, the trick is here, darling. And he taps it and it changes to gold. Taps it again, it changes to pink like Felicity's. Taps again, changes back to Caribou's color scheme. He goes, I have this little ditty is my glamored studded armor. It appears to be clothing, but as soon as one gives it a little tap, it changes into whatever they want, and it is quite good armor.
I certainly am intrigued.
And I happen to have a discount on handsome tieflings.
Oh. And what sort of discount would that bring me to?
Well, that depends if you're free for a drink later.
Always. I do have some business to take care of, I hope you don't mind, but
Of
regardless,
course not.
I'm always happy to share a drink.
Speak with my lad Linus, and he'll give you and your friends free rooms.
Much obliged, my dear. And the glamored armor.
For you, 200 gold.
You drive a difficult bargain, my friend. I believe I will take it, though.
He hands you the armor, and he goes, now.
Would you mind helping me into it?
Of course, darling.
They're not just gonna look at Felicity like, are you hearing this? Like,
Felicity is acting way cooler than she feels. Like her cheeks are a bit tinted, but she's like, oh, yes, of course. Look at this wall.
So he literally just takes your clothes off you and just slides the armor on you, and he goes, ooh, you've got a little bit more muscle than your frame would lead me to believe.
Life of adventure does that one.
Felicity,
And
like,
a few scars, too. He traces a scar along your back, and he just puts the armor on you, and he just goes, that's enough for now, dear. Don't spoil all the fun.
True. Must keep some surprises.
Just goes, now, and he boops you on the nose and goes, I'll be back. Felicity, darling, what is it you need?
and she had been peeking a little bit, but as soon as he calls her name, she like snaps her head back. Snaps her head back like she wasn't just peeking. And I was like,
Oh, it's fine, my dear. You can watch us flirt all you like.
yes, not really my forte, but I was wondering if you had anything that you think interests me. Also, I would like to acquire some pants, because honestly, these robes are a bit stifling.
Oh, my dear. You must keep the dress and the robes, though. They suit you very well. Keep it for special occasions.
Oh.
And then she goes, and also, Kaku, dear, you must teach this girl how to flirt. With as pretty as she is, she's going to get taken advantage of by the first pretty face she sees.
She's not bad at it.
My dear, have you seen the men in this town? They're all to die for. So many handsome paladins.
Careful, dear. You're going to make me jealous.
And who says that wasn't the plan? She goes, anyway, darling, well, pants I can definitely help you with. I have a stylish pair for you, and very cheap. And he pulls out a pair of pants that actually they're a little durable. They are leather, but they actually match the color of your breastplate.
Leather? Leather pants?
He goes, this, since they match your armor so nicely, only 30 gold.
30 gold.
They don't offer any bonuses or any additional stuff. It's just a cosmetic thing for Felicity.
That's a bit steep, but how do you think I would look in leather?
My dear, you're already wearing leather armor.
No, not there. And she like takes the pants. Can I try these on?
And he goes, yes, darling, and I'll tell you how you look.
Thank you. And she goes to whatever dressing room.
How am I going to phrase this without getting bleeped?
Karaku's going to slide up next to Galadin at this point, and just as Felicity's changing, go easy on her, dear. She's had a very rough few days.
Oh, pish posh, she's gorgeous.
Beauty and inner pain are different.
I see. I'll keep that in mind, darling. So at this point,
Yeah.
she goes, oh, darling, you definitely have the legs for leather pants. Give us a twirl, my dear.
She gives him a little twirl and her hair's still back, so everything is very visible.
She goes, ooh, and looks at her. He goes, ooh, looks at Kaku. And she has the butt for it, too.
She does.
That is a comment I would keep to myself, my dear.
Oh, my dear, I look like I keep many comments to myself.
She's
Not
just
you,
looking up
Vinny.
at him like, I'm right here. I'm right.
And of course, it's the cleric, too.
Yeah.
She just goes,
Though,
"Well,
Felicity, if you don't mind my saying, he is not wrong. You look rather wonderful in them.
Thank you. I think this would suit me better in combat. And so she was like, I'll just take them and I'll wear them.
Okay. He also walks up and goes, I have a few other things that might suit you, darling, if you're of a mind.
Yes, please. No, tell me everything that you've got. I'm very interested in some retail
He
there.
goes, well, what adventurer can do without a bag of holding?
Oh, delightful.
This one's a little cheap, only 20 gold, my dear.
Well, I'll take it.
Okay. And I also have something that might fit someone of your refined tastes. I do have, and he pulls out a little perfume bottle, and he's kind of goes, this is a little perfume that you spray it on someone, and oh, they will be completely under your spell, my dear.
Excellent. And how much would that one run me?
100 gold.
100 gold. And how much is there, use-wise?
Looks at him, does a little spray. Doesn't actually hit it. Well, he actually points to his little goblin and does a spray, and the goblin just goes, oh, you look real pretty today, boss. I always do, my dear. Anyway, that's how fast it works. And it works for, and you see it barely diminish. He goes, it has about 40 uses. However, if you apply more doses, the stronger it will be, because some people have a higher resistance to this kind of thing, you see. Might take a few puffs.
Interesting. Well, no, I'll think on it for a bit. Why don't you service my friend over there while I stretch out these pants?
Oh, I'll be servicing him later. Don't worry, darling.
He's like,
I believe
oh.
she meant our other friend near the front, 39.
Oh, of course, my dear. Do you have any interest in any magical items or artifacts?
I have nothing to procure it with.
I do.
That's
Me
not
too.
necessary.
You're part of the team now. Just treat yourself to something. It'll
You
be
saved my life more than once.
I see you are an archer. I have something that might work very wonderfully for you. And you can pick its target. He pulls out, he magically appears a quiver. He goes, I have some handy-dandy arrows of slaying. They will be very useful for killing things. They don't guarantee the kill, but they're very helpful in killing anything that you target. But you have to choose what you are wanting them to be the target. What you're wanting them to target before I put the enchantment on them. Does that suit your fancy?
It would certainly be useful.
So I can sell you the whole set, 5, or only 1. Or as many as you would like. But 5 is a deal. It's just, it might be a bit pricey.
Belle
As
looks
I
at
said.
Taylor.
Well, dear Kerku, for all 5, it's 380 gold.
Right, I see. And if we were to drop that to 3 for now, what would you say?
Roll me a persuasion check. Against this guy's insight.
20.
Dirty or that?
Dirty.
He rolled a natural 12 plus 7, so you won. He goes, you can pay me back later. He goes, here you are, darling. A nice little, and he actually magics them into the air, just the 5 arrows, not the quiver, and he just goes, now what will they be slaying?
I think we need to talk to the others.
Of course, my dear. I'll be holding on to them, but they are honors, but they are yours. When you know what you want them to kill. I can also do it on 5 different creatures or beings, even if you have a specific name of somebody.
Understood.
All right, then. Now, will that be all, my dears?
I actually have a few more items that I would like to procure from you.
Oh, would you now? And what do you have in mind?
Over here for a second. It's a bit private.
Alrighty then. And he walks up to Felicity and he's like, tell me what's on your mind, dear.
Well, you see, I need little trinkets for each of my compatriots. If you have a colored bead of some sort, hair bead, a multicolored bracelet. These are all just trinkets, nothing enhanced, you know. And whatever you think might suit the purple one.
So,
One
quick. I heard the colored bead, my dear. Quick repeat just so I can check and see if I have it all.
colored bead, a colored bracelet of as many colors as you can fit on the bracelet.
Same with the bead. What color was the bead?
Let's go orange.
All right. And the last?
And then what was Kaz's favorite color again?
Purple, because of his mama.
Okay. So she goes, there's 2 more things. A little purple trinket, whatever you think would suit some teenager. Minotaur? A charm of some kind, maybe for some horns, since you seem to love them so much.
I must bring this Minotaur by so I may... Nothing like that, my dear. I simply wish to meet the young man. He seems quite nice.
He's very nice. And something for him. And lightly gestures over her shoulder towards Care. I'm not quite sure what would fit him, but something like that.
Because I have something for your Minotaur friend. I heard a little bird telling me you might be coming by. Dear Hector is such a nice lad. And he comes back and he magics up and he pulls out an orange bead and a multicolored bracelet. And he also magics up a pendant with the bliss symbol, but with Minotaur horns coming from the top. And then tiefling horns, like yours, coming from the bottom.
Beautiful.
And he makes it into a necklace and he hands it to you. He goes, here you are, my dear.
Thank you.
No charge for any of these.
Really? And then something for that one?
Kind of looks over at Keraku and he goes, I know exactly what Keraku needs. He looks like he deals in information.
I don't exactly have secrets to offer him.
Oh, I might.
I guess then put one on my tab.
I'll deal with that part later. Now, if that is all, I must get my beauty sleep, dears.
Of course.
The Emporium is closing for the night. And dear 39, please do tell me when you wish to have those arrows enchanted. And Keraku, dear, perhaps I'll see you at my tavern tomorrow in the evening.
I look forward to it.
Say around close to dusk.
Dusk it is.
He goes, now off with you. I need to sleep. So, say you guys leave. Do you guys want to say anything as you walk out the door and you're before you cross the street into the tavern?
Once we're outside, I'm gonna kind of put a hand on Kara's shoulder. Someone just got the kettle black. She'll walk across.
Wait, 39.
Hmm.
I got something for you. And Felicity slips the multicolored bracelet over her hand, or like puts it in her palm, whatever's easiest. I realized just an observation that you like colors. Perhaps this will be something that you like. It's just as a thank you. There's no attachments. But it made me think that maybe you would enjoy it.
Thank you.
And
you
she
see
goes,
her kind of, this sad look she had while she was talking to Kara is eased a little bit.
you know what? You know what I like about your color, about you being white, is that it goes with everything. You can be whatever you want to be. You can pick whatever color you want. Just keep that in mind.
Understood.
And she goes ahead.
All right, so as you guys walk through the tavern doors, you clearly instantly see Kaz and Karina standing over in the corner of the room. And Kaz waves you over. Oh, hey, they're here. As you see them talking to a man who is sitting petting a creature that kind of looks like a mix between a dog and a dragon. It looks to be a blue dragon with no wings, but it's wolf-sized. He's petting it. He's got a large sword with a golden pommel and golden hilt that he's just kind of spinning as he's sitting. And and then he picks up his ale and he's just chugging it down as there appears to be an exasperated member of the order just, Captain, we really should, and she's like, Captain, we really should get back to, he goes, I'll go back when I'm more drunk, because I can't deal with Hector's bull sober. And he just continues to chug. Just, my lord, you are his superior. He sure doesn't talk like it. And he just continues to drink. And you guys see this man, and he's got long golden hair about down to his shoulders, blue eyes. He's wearing a white surcoat with some leather armor on his shoulders and chest with dragon insignias on it, and some bracers that look like they're carved from red dragon hide. And then he finally notices you. Goes, Lieutenant, who are they? I don't know, sir. They just walked up. Who are you?
Karina. This is
Sean.
Cass.
Hey, you're a big lad. You're almost as big as my best friend. Where is Korrigar? She goes, my lord, you sent him to go get food. 6 hours ago. You told him you wanted a golden boar. Did I? Oh, he's probably lost. Uh-oh. Cass sending, please. Yes, my lord. She seems thoroughly upset. He's just like, Curry, who are your friends? At this point, Karaku, Felicity, and 39 walk up.
I don't know if you really need to know. I just think you need to maybe help us out briefly, and then we'll get out of your hair, and you can have your golden boar.
Oh, that was a joke. My best friend's, he's an idiot. He's very strong, but he's an idiot. He stands up and he touches his head and he does lesser restoration. He goes, now that my head's a little bit more clear. You said your name was Karina.
Right?
Right. Well, name's Kylan. Nice to meet you. Picks his sword up and sheaths it on his back. You see very clearly as he's sheathing it, Karina, several runes that you are very familiar with carved in the blade. He just goes, right. The rest of you. Hey, purple guy, what's your name?
Eku Windmere, at your service.
I've heard about you.
Many have.
A king really don't like you.
No, I'm hoping that will make us friends.
He pulls out a wanted poster. He goes, look at the bounty on your head. And you see bounty 200,000 gold for the head of Karaku Windmire.
Doesn't even phase Karaku.
He goes, oh, probably shouldn't show that in a tavern. Just tears it up.
It's fine.
He goes,
They do always miss the second pair of horns, though. I'm not quite sure how that works.
It's okay. When I was a fugitive, they constantly got my hair wrong.
It's frustrating every time.
For some reason, I thought I had brown hair. I really am blonde. Like, how do you miss this?
It is beautiful hair, by the way. I believe...
If you're going to flirt with someone, go flirt with gold glitter.
Already taken care of, my dear. Regardless, I believe our friend has a question for you. And I might have some follow-up questions for you as well.
All right. First off, introductions aren't done. You two. Weirdly tall lady. What's your name? The horns.
Referring to me, that's a first. And she kind of like looks him up. I am Felicity Bliss. You know my sister.
Oh, yeah, I know your sister very well. She actually helped me rebuild my house and kill the guy who killed my family.
I'm glad she was of service.
So your sister and I used to be quite close.
Really?
That's another story for another time. And he looks at 39 and just goes, I need a word with you later. I know your father.
Associating with someone like you.
Associating with a man who normally is not, well, I did kind of save, what number was he on then? 33? I kind of saved her, so. What are we up to now? What number are you?
She turns her back on him.
Right, just like her father.
Maybe you should just answer the question, and then, like I said, we'll leave. And Karina's gonna shift again, and she's very the normal, just kind of casual. It's gone. She is full on standing. Shield is on her back, but the spear is ready. It's in her hand.
He's just
not like she's gonna attack, but full on. Just.
He smirks and he goes, all right, follow me. And he walks outside and kind of like leads you guys out. And he starts walking out of Gold. And his lieutenant walks up and she goes, I apologize for my lord's facade. He can't be quite open here for reasons. And she follows him out.
Speaking of the location that we're currently in, I was told to keep an eye out for signs. Are there signs here?
Not in this tavern.
Cool.
So, do you guys follow him out?
The mug of ale that Kaz gave Karina, she's not touched at all. And she's just going to just set it like as we leave right in front of whoever is just drinking at the bar, like free drink kind of situation. Just sets it down.
All right.
Did 39 join us, or is...
She's following, but she's staying in the back.
Okay.
So he kind of leads. So you guys kind of see him. He's kind of standing near a gate, and he like walks through the gate into like a secluded area. It doesn't look like many people are. It's kind of looks like a very ruined area, and he kind of sits next to a structure. His little drake crawls into his lap and just like kind of nestles and starts to kind of go to sleep. He's petting him, and as you guys walk up, he goes, right, sorry about that. You caught me at a bad spot. I act like an asshole in front of those people because, well, orders are orders, and can't speak about what my job is right now, but the High Seeker has basically wants me to rile some people up in the city. And being who I am, being a noble who disappeared, came back, killed the guy who killed his family, some people in the town don't take kindly to me. So, and he looks at her and goes, I apologize for the way I spoke to you. It was to keep up the facade in front of others. I apologize.
I can probably help propagate that.
Good.
We'll speak later.
Yes, now. Oh, and also, this is Axos.
Hello,
He's
Access.
He's a good boy. And he just kind of looks at you and goes, so, he looks at you, Karina, goes, what's your question, Prince's daughter?
The shaded cloak. We're looking for it.
Ah, not an it, a she.
And where can we find her?
Well, I can help you. She's a little difficult to find. She's a friend of a friend, and but I know how to get in touch with her.
Question, DM. Is this the same person that I'm needing to contact?
Yeah, huh?
Cool. All right.
Uh-huh.
Cool.
So he
Alright.
kind of,
Cool.
Okay. No doubt.
so he goes right, and he looks at Karina and goes, and Felicity goes, due to the fact that I'm friends with both of your sisters, I've got some advice for you. And he's kind of, he goes, I'm gonna give you a list. I'm gonna give you a couple names and tell you if you can trust them. You can trust Hector. The boy's as dumb as a sack of bricks and pretty as they come, but he's very trustworthy and honorable. You can trust his father. You can trust Galadin as long as he can get something from you. He kind of looks at Carrick and goes, looks like you're used to that. Goes, I'd warn you not to trust a couple of people if you run into them, though.
The names?
If you happen to come across a woman by the name of Istana, if you come across her, it will not be by accident. She's kind of one of the big wigs on the King's Council. She lives here in town as his seat, but she has no power here. She's trying to get some. You see her, and you'll know her if you see her. There are not very many women who look like her. You can't trust her, not at all. She's a fey elf as well. If you happen to see her sister Ada, you could definitely trust her.
Ooh, I'm sorry. You broke up.
If you happen to meet her sister Ada, you can trust her. Felicity's sister. She's real good in a fight, very protective, very sweet lass. But and she kind of looks at Karina and she goes, you remind me a lot of her. She's much more likely to punch you as she is to compliment you if you're nice to her. And he looks at Felicity and goes, and you remind me a lot of her sister.
How do you know my sister?
Well, let's just say it's a pretty recent acquaintance. When your sister was being trained in her clericy ways, I happened to be passing through the temple she was training at. She happened to heal me quite a bit. And I happened to be able to throw some people off her trail when they were trying to kidnap her. They were looking for you for some reason. Apparently, there's some people out to kill your mom because what your grandma did. Please tell me you knew that. Please tell me you knew that.
Based on her reaction, I'm guessing this is new.
Oh. I mean, she is... And he kind of gathers from your look that you don't really want him to say anything more, and he just goes, Karina, how about you and I talk a little more later?
Sure.
And he looks at 39 and he goes, your father was here not so long ago.
He's not my father.
Creator, whatever you want to call him. He's gone home, or wherever he calls home. He didn't look to be in the best shape when I saw him. And sorry I'm throwing a lot of curveballs at you guys. I just, when you're a member of the Order, but you also kind of deal with people like, well, him, points at Karaku, you kind of get some information.
Been wonderfully enlightening, by the way.
Yeah. I'm sure your relationship with the lady was totally platonic.
Entirely. Regardless, if you'll point us in the right direction, I believe I can find us the rest of the way.
Right. Well, there's a tricky bit with that is she's not here for another couple of days. And when she does get here, he just kind of looks over and he kind of pokes his head up and points up to the top of the towers. He goes, sometimes there is a little red flag flying there. That's when she's back in town. Word of advice, though, dear Kaku. She's kind of involved with the High Seeker now, so maybe play your cards to your chest if you wish to. Yeah, you know how things work.
Hint taken. Thank you.
Now, Felicity, since I doubt Hector did it, you want me to call your sister back?
Actually, yes, please.
Right. Also, my fault. I sent her on that mission. Sorry.
As long as she comes back, we won't have an issue.
You see him going, and he just see him cast something. He holds out his hands. Goes, hey, Ada, your sister's here. Get back here. Felicity, not the cranky one. Also, she's got some interesting friends.
Maybe not that part.
Message already sent, love.
Thank you.
Trust me, Ada, no problems there. Ada won't care.
I know.
You should have seen some of the crew we ran with a few years back.
She was one that I actually did know a little bit of, and that checks out.
Yeah, she could probably kick all of our asses.
Would hope so.
Now, where are you all staying tonight?
I have us rooms at the Gold Glitter.
Right then, I have a permanent room there, so because I don't like the barracks. And he kind of looks around, like peeks his head out. Felicity and Kerka, you may want to stick close to me for a bit, at least until we get back. Your friends look quite capable, but let's just say the king has people that the High Seeker doesn't know are here, watching things for him.
Right. Additionally, is it safe for you to be seen with us at this point?
I don't really care. Most people don't really mess with me. Partly because my best friend is 9 feet tall and wields an axe bigger than he is. But also, and he does a little quick whistle, and materializing next to him is a dragonelle. And he just goes, when you're a paladin, you get some neat tricks.
Right. Regardless, I was thinking more of your current mission, but I will follow you.
Oh, that'll encourage my current station.
Oh, good.
Anyway, and he goes, Karina. And he draws his sword and puts it, and he points to a couple specific runes. And he goes, might want to etch those based on what I see on your spear and your shield.
Thank you. And I'm going to try to memorize them as best I can. I don't think he means right now. Start.
Yeah, he just puts the sword back in his back, and he's like, right, well, shall we go to the inn? He goes, also, is your big friend, Alba, I just asked you, lad, do you enjoy sparring? When my friend gets back, Oh, it might be interesting to watch you two spar. He's going to he's going to beat you pretty bad, but it'll be a learning experience. In fact, if any of you are also, I'm always open to training.
Really?
Yes. And he just kind of stands up and he kind of shakes back, and it's the first time you really notice that he like has kind of exuding an aura of, oh, he looks pretty like he's got some strength behind his face. He's just kind of been like kind of hiding, kind of slumped down. He's been wearing a cloak, kind of pulls his cloak back. He's actually a pretty tall, pretty built guy. He's obviously not compared to Kaz, but he's a little bit taller than you are, Felicity. And he's just like, well, shall we head back? And he kind of leads you guys back, and a lot of people are like bowing. Oh, did you have something, Karina?
Just as he starts to walk, can I just sidle up right next to him and quietly say, is she all right? Are they both all right?
Oh, yeah, perfectly fine. Your grandmother's your mother's a lot tougher than she looks. Definitely takes after your grandmother.
I hope you didn't tell her that.
No, it did not. But they actually helped me quite a deal, so I owe your mother a favor. So I'm gonna make sure that you're helped out while you're in my city.
Thank you.
And kind of leads you guys back to the Gold Glitter Inn, and he goes, also, starting tomorrow, I have somewhere better to stay that is less dangerous, if you would like. If not, totally fine.
I'm sure we'll consider it.
He walks in, and Linus just goes, and you also notice, like, as you're walking, people are, like, bowing their heads, like, as he walks by, and he's just like, whatever. And some people are, like, eyeing him, kind of like, ugh. Like, some nobles are like, that guy. And there are definitely people who are looking at all of you, but like lingering a little bit longer on Keriku and Felicity. But the second they see Kylan and Kaz and Karina, they're like, whoop. And 39, you're kind of making your, like, no one seems to really be paying much attention to you. So Kylan looks in, and Linus just goes, welcome to the, oh God. And he's like, oh, Linus, how's my room? Cleaned. Good. Now, these are, Lord Gold Glitter already gave them rooms on the house. Wonderful. The keys? He hands you each a key, and hi, Yasha. Yasha decided to jump up and say hi. That's funny. So he kind of walks you in, and he just goes, well, up top floor? And he looks at the keys, and he goes, Keku and Karina, your rooms are right next to mine. And he goes, you know what? Actually, Keku, you're gonna trade keys with Kaz. I feel like he would like to have his room next to Felicity's just in case.
By all means.
So he looks to the first room and he goes, this is yours, Keku. So as you turn the lock and open the door, the key glows, and as soon as you open the door, the most perfect hotel room you can imagine is before you, for you. What would that look like, Keriku?
Oh, we've got some fun. It is dark in there, but in the most, like, I guess Victorian Gothic style. Black silk on the bed, a roaring fireplace, and the whole room is lit only by the fireplace, with the exception of a few glittering, just enchanted crystals in the ceiling that all just more or less reflect the firelight. And additionally, there is in the corner of the room a beautiful legged bath, and ooh, how fun do I want to be? There is also a large Persian pillow in the other corner of the room, just for lounging in front of the fire. And of course, there is essentially a princess, the princess shroud over the bed as well. So,
All right, so that's Karaku's room. Next, he goes, all right, 39, and he hands you your key. Same thing happens. What does 39's room look like?
So for her, it is this cliffside that is overlooking just this expanse of blue sky, and the aesthetic of it is kind of off, like a painter who is trying to paint this picture they've read about, but they don't know everything that is in the description, like the colors and the textures. And so the trees that are there have the same bark as what was in the forest, but the leaves have this attempt at some sort of leaf green, but it's just a little too dark. And then there are flowers spread out that are the color of Karaku and Nyx and Felicity and Karina's armor and her eyes and Soldier's eyes, and just this compilation of what she's seen from them. And there's this soft kind of just feel about the whole thing, and very gentle orchestra as the clouds roll by.
Okay. Next room, he goes, all right. Kaz opens his door, walks in, and there is a pot, and you can see Felicity in his room. There's a big statue of his mother in the room, as well as a statue of you. And there's also a steak. And he's just like, yeah, and runs in. And slams the door behind him.
Oh.
He's like, and next is Felicity, your room.
Ooh. Okay, so Felicity's room is full of, well, when you first, like, the walls and stuff, there is one wall with, like, the fireplace and that type of thing, but all the other walls are covered in windows that look out, have different views. There's a bed in the center that has the canopy, much like kind of like what's behind me, with just flowers draping down from everywhere. It's definitely a very like Rococo princess type of feel, very artistic, very much, definitely a little bit of light academia in there. And so, yeah, there's and then in the very corner, there's bathtub, and then the opposite corner, there is a canvas for painting.
Okay. Kylan hands you your key, Karina, and as he opens his door, you kind of get a glimpse in, and you see most of the stuff in there is just like sculptures of dragons and like a few pictures of, like, you see a big portrait, two portraits, one that appears to be an old family portrait of two people who look a lot like himself being young, a younger sister, and a younger brother, and an older brother. And then you see a modern one right next to it, and it's just him and the brother and the younger brother and sister. You notice very clearly that on the portrait with the two other siblings, actually you wouldn't know who this guy is because you haven't met him, so that you don't know. You just see a very flamboyant guy appears to be the other brother. And he closes his door, and then you go into your room. What's Karina's room look like?
The walls are of a sort of stone that seems aged. And then in the room, fireplace and actually rather large bed, but it's covered just with plush blankets in greens and reds and purples, just almost contrasting, but also in their contrasting color scheme, they blend. And scattered across the floor is countless books, but they all have blank covers, just like they've been hand bound. And off to one side is just a stand for armor and for shield and spear. Empty, but clearly there and ready for use.
Alrighty. And then you guys all get a long rest, and then you'll wake up after the break. So we'll see you guys after the break, and we'll continue with the remainder of episode 3 of Chronicles of Ravira.
And I'll gently bump the shoulder, very like hesitate, and then just go for it, and then just kind of red faced of like, oh, did I do it bad? Am I about to get punched?
She's gonna hip bump you back as hard as she can.
Oh
No, it's heavier than he expects. And he'll try to, I mean, he's going to try to mimic the motions, but he's clumsy.
If you separate your feet a bit more.
Right, but then you got to twist the blade around to come around the other side, but then the grip, the pommels get...
We did blow up by Lorna.
you still have more words. You have 6 more words.
I did more.
Hurry
than that.
up!
I did the woodwork.
You got 4 more words.
I want to grab her hand. I helped.
Gonna walk out into the streets, like in plain view of the guards, stand in front of them. Hello, I am a crazy man. I steal for a living. So, oh, look, I am stealing. One of the daggers goes flying into his hand. I've stolen from you. I'm going to steal again.
Watching this, like,
your other...
You! What? And they move away from the gate.
Look,
And
now I am going to murder because that's what I like to do. And he's going.
He's lost his
Run
bloody
away.
marbles.
she was in disguise though. Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
I drop wormhole, and then I kind of just shove people in.
We're going.
Is this what you guys were waiting for this whole time?
Here we go! Here we go! Oh my god, there's something more than one! There's 3, there's 4, there's 5! Let's go! Axes are sharp. That's a new t-shirt! What the... What? Is this thing a Gumby? Stretch Armstrong over here? What's that? What this like a dolphin? Oh! What? Is that what? Is that my first real roll? I got a nat 20? Oh! What? Hype train! Chad, there's a hype train! Now's the time to do it! Go, baby! God, let me
Welcome back, everyone, to the last quarter of our episode of Chronicles of Ravira. First, before the break went a little long, so won't be much longer after this, but we will be going for a bit still. Where we left off, our adventurers were going to sleep in the Gold Glitter Inn, and they all slept soundly, with one exception.
Who's getting a nightmare?
Felicity.
Oh crap!
You're sleeping soundly. I just wanted to mess with you.
Thank Lord.
Damn. We all went, oh, thank God. And then went, oh, no.
Karina.
Oh, crap.
You awake to find yourself sitting in the middle of a battlefield. Dozens of people who look identical to you and your sister lying on the ground dead around you. The further you walk down this path, the more you realize that their faces are changing into those of 39s. And you start to see more bodies that you didn't before along each side. First, you see Keriku, torn in half. Then you see 39, strung up from a tree by her limbs with arrows in her eyes. Then you see Felicity. Well, you see her head on a pike right next to Kaz's. You see the dead bodies of everyone you met today. Kylan, Lord Gold Glitter, everyone. Hector. And standing above it all, you see your mother bleeding profusely from her stomach. And all she utters is, "Stop him." And behind your mother, you see the massive visage of a black wolf that blots out the sky. And as he opens his jaws, you wake up.
She'd cry out. And then she's gonna reach to the other side of the bed that she was sleeping on.
Okay.
And I assume it's empty, save probably a book or two.
Yep. Nothing there.
Is there a window in this room? Did she see what time it is or tell what time it is?
It is early morning.
She's torn because this is familiar. She's gonna go to the door and just open it and see if everything's quiet outside.
When you look outside, you see that you apparently slept in, and everyone else is pretty up and about, except for Keriku. But you see everyone else, including Kylan, sitting out there, and they're about to open his door. And he reaches for the door handle, and the door opens, and Galadin walks out of Keriku's room and fixes his hair and goes, "Oh, hello, big brother. How are you today?" And he pats Kylan on the face, and Kylan's just like, "Galadin already? Brother, you saw him. He was quite attractive." He looks in and sees Keriku butt naked, just laying on the bed with a very satisfied look on his face. And Kylan slowly closes the door and goes, "Keriku, get yourself collected. Meet us downstairs, please." Closes the door and turns around and goes, "Let's go have some breakfast at the tavern, shall we?" And he walks down the stairs, and you guys do notice Kaz isn't with you.
I'm going back into the room.
Let's say, where's Felicity?
Yeah,
Y'all were all out in the hallway. Kylan woke each of you up, except for Karina woke herself up.
Anyone who I don't know if anyone would notice, because it would be a glance out the door, see everybody there, hear the little bit, and then shut the door quickly.
Kylan just kind of looks and goes,
But her face is covered in sweat.
So, is she out of her room?
No, the minute she saw everybody, it was one of those things where, when you're trying to reorient yourself and trying to figure out I need to know something grounding. It was to open the door to see what time of day it was, if there's noise downstairs, that kind of stuff. And once she saw people, knowing what she thinks she looks like, she slammed the door again.
Yeah, Felicity probably would have noticed that because she's trying not to look at the exchange. And if anyone looks at her hair is literally like Merida from Brave. She's not brushed it yet. It's so poofy, and she's got paint smudges all over her face.
Kylan will pat you on the shoulder and goes, Would you like a minute to do your thing?
Huh? And she yes, I'm going to check on my friends first, and then we'll meet you downstairs, but I got a little bit carried away. She actually has a smile for first time.
Kaz actually is at the training grounds. My rather large friend took him before dawn because he heard he was big and liked to fight and was like, train. And apparently your friend jumped at the opportunity.
I'm sure he did, but please, anything involving him, I need you to run by me. Or at least let me know.
I didn't know it was happening until I got my lieutenant came and told me that Koragar was apparently beating up some Minotaur, but also teaching him things.
Well, give me a second. I'll be right down, and then you can take me to him. I've got to make sure the party's all together.
Right. I'll actually be at the tavern. I'll be getting everyone some food and drink.
Okay.
Do you prefer coffee or tea?
Tea.
Right.
Coffee, please, as Karaku finally opens his door.
You're going to need it.
And 39 just standing in the hall.
And he goes, 39, you want some food?
Sure.
And as they lead you down there, the guy at the front does, hello, other Lord Gold. Our last name's not down Gold Glitter. Brother. And then he just walks out the front door. It's like, and he looks at there and goes, families, am I right? Oh. Just opens the tavern door and goes, Minzy, can we please have some food for 6? Okay, Karaku, are you composing yourself?
I'm composed at this point. It's a routine. It only takes him about 5 minutes. Between prestidigitation and the armor, it's great.
Okay. Felicity?
She's not looking at anything in that direction, and goes to knock on Karina's door. Karina? Are you okay? Do you want me to come in?
Sure.
Okay. Felicity cracks open the door and kind of peeks in. You see all the paint all over her, and her hair is just. But
are you all right?
I feel a little better today. Yes, I will clean myself up. I promise. Are you okay? You look sweaty.
Just a nightmare. That's all.
That's not all. And she closes the door behind her real quick. No offense, Care. And
39 is just standing at the door.
Just standing there with 39 now, awkwardly.
He peeks back out real quick, 39. Take him. Go. I'll be right there. And closes it back again. Peeks out, closes it. I know there was a lot of talk about your sister yesterday, and if you're anything like me, it's probably correlated. Are you okay? Nightmares aren't just nightmares.
It's just a dream. That's all. It was very real, I guess.
Oh, and she like remembers and she reaches into her pant pocket. Ha!
Who said I had pockets? I'm just kidding.
Oh,
do
you
that to
have
us.
every girl in this group coming
He's
after
never saying
you.
Goldberg's name right ever after that.
I'm kidding. It has pockets.
Thank the Lord.
What's better, it has
Deep pockets.
deep, normal pockets.
Oh,
Not women's pants pockets, men's pants pockets.
Wow.
Slightly stretchy too, so you can
She's like, you're spoiling me.
Spoiling me. She pulls
Who needs
out
a purse?
right. She's got the bag of holding too, but she pulls out the little orange bead that she had gotten for Karina, and she kind of like holds it out to her. She's like, I've been not myself since I've met you all, really, and I've put you all through quite a bit of hell. And I have a lot of questions still, but I do make observations, and even though I'm not great at balancing myself in my speech, I observed that you wear beads in your hair, and so I got you one. It's orange like your top, and you don't have to wear it. It's just an extent of friendship, I guess.
she takes the bead, reaches up, and starts twining it into the braid that she would have been trying to gather herself, but thank you. They're more my sister's things than mine, but
Sometimes we can't quite separate ourselves fully from family, and that's not always a bad thing. But if you do need to talk to someone, I don't have secrets to hide. I'm very simple and sometimes silly, and if you need someone to listen to you, or you just want to talk about things that you might have talked about with your sister or something like that, I'm here for it. I just wanted you to know.
thank you. The same for you, if you need to.
Yes. I mean,
Seems like you like the sister who's here, though, so at least you'll get to see her again.
well, full disclosure, I know her name and I know of her, and she was very nice when she came to visit, but so I think she likes me and I think I like her, but to be honest, I don't know many of my sisters like the way that you know yours.
And if you glance at the bed, it's very clear she slept on one side. She just kind of dressed. Well, we shared a womb, so
I see.
we're pretty different, though. Sometimes that's good.
I think it can
Maybe
be.
this is the chance to really get to know her, if you want.
Of course. I think that'd be lovely. I'm learning that there are a lot of different things that I didn't think were quite so different before, but they're not all bad. And if you want, and she like points to her face, if we've got a few days here, I am quite the painter, and it is the best kind of painting. You literally just sling things at walls. And like if you were checking in her room right now, literally the entire wall where that canvas was set up, she purposely like imagined as white. And she's literally been like slinging, like that's how she gets her temper out, because she can't like fight, slinging paint and like making like very destructive kinds of art, which is why it's like all in her hair and stuff. But she's like, well, if you want, it's a really fun pastime. And I don't normally let anyone know that I do it because Mother wouldn't think it was quite proper, but if you are ever good at slinging a paintbrush versus your spear, that is always an available option.
I wouldn't mind trying it. If you ever I don't know if these last. Do these stay? And she points at the books.
I have no idea, but that man is so peculiar. And I honestly am already trying to forget most of what I witnessed this morning. I've seen way too many bodies for my type of preference.
What?
Nothing.
Where did you see bodies?
Everywhere. They've been everywhere the last few days. Haven't you noticed? And you can notice that like Felicity is
Flustered.
she is showing you also something that no one's seen yet, and that is kind of like her true self coming out, which is very much excitable and frenzy talking and just kind of like in wonder all the time. And it's the first time that you're kind of actually seeing it to that extent. But yeah, no, she just starts rambling like she's been waiting for someone just to let her talk with no sense or rhyme or reason. So she's literally like, and we saw so many bodies, and I don't understand why none of them were clothed, but you saw that, and then they went, and then we saw some other bodies, but like they were like men's bodies, like bodies. And like her face is getting a little tinted, and she's like, yeah, you know, I'm not that bad of a flirt, you know, I'm really not. I'm quite okay at it. Were you saying something?
You would have watched when at the first mention of bodies, Karina's face started to pale. And then once she catches up with where this is going.
No, the beautiful bodies. There were the burnt bodies, but then we escalated into beautiful. I mean, they're not all beautiful. I bet some people prefer them, but I wouldn't. You know what? They're all going to breakfast. If you would like to come.
With the bodies.
No. I mean, I believe they're all clothed now, but breakfast is probably a good idea.
The only skin that will be showing will be Kylan's arms.
Karina just finally like kind of gives in and starts giggling in much the same way that you're describing. Like she's fully. You've seen a little bit of her snark at Kirikou, but she just starts giggling and kind of collapses more. I think you should probably wash your face.
You're right, I probably should. Even though I would love to see their faces of me coming down like this. You see my hair? It's ginormous.
I mean, it looks great if you want to wear it that way, but...
Oh no, you couldn't even get in my mouth all the time. But she kind of like walk and talks, because since their bedrooms are so close. You can go down with them, and I will be 5 minutes.
Karina's not even, she's like literally in a nightshirt, so she's...
Oh, you need to be dressed. No, we have clothes. Yeah, no, you get dressed, I'll get dressed, and then we'll convene down there in 5 minutes. Right?
Right, as you guys are getting
I just want one thing. Okay. As Felicity gets to the door and is about to close, Felicity, thank you.
You're welcome. And I will see you at breakfast. Please don't mention the bodies.
I'll try not to.
Thank you.
All right, so real quick, Ruka, check your if you could check Discord for me real quick and respond to that.
Oh, okay.
Now.
I am processing so much right now.
What's the process? So as you guys walk down, so let's say you guys reconvene downstairs, you're all done up, you're all how you guys want to be. You guys walk across the tavern, and Kylan is sitting there with Kirikou and 39, and he's like, well, looks like happy to join us, are you? And you can tell his like the facade demeanor is kind of back, so he kind of gives you guys a look, and he like gives you guys a wink, like implying take everything I say right now with a grain of salt. And he's just like, all right, well, let's just gather about. We'll go and find Kaz. As soon as you guys sit down, you hear the door kick open, and he's like, oh, damn. And you hear, Felicity Nicole Bliss. And you see a tall, high elven woman with bright red hair, with a bow in her hand and a sword on her hip, wearing leather armor, walk in with her own bliss crest like in her arm, like carved into her armor on her chest. And she just walks up and she literally pulls up a chair right next to Felicity, sits down, and stares at her. She goes, "What the hell are you doing here? Is mother insane? You're a baby."
I am no such thing. She's like obviously still very happy from this morning and very relieved to see this sister. I am on a journey of adventure and proving my worth and capability, you know. And no, mother didn't quite approve of it, but you did stuff like this.
And what's this about Lilia's son with you?
Oh, yes, about that. So Kaz is with one of your friends right now, sparring.
She immediately stops and she goes, looks at Kyler, and he's like, "Are you telling me you let that child fight Koragar?" And I'm like, "Look, I had nothing to do with it." And she goes,
"Child?
My husband's an idiot."
You're what?
And Kyler's like, "Oh, I forgot to mention that part."
People stop forgetting to mention these things to me.
Look, it wasn't the most pressing thing to mention with everything else going on.
Oh, hello. I'm your brother-in-law. Nice to meet you. I don't need introductions. I know who you are. I'm married to your sister.
Well, you know,
they have very similar looks.
It's a long story, and now you remind me more of Ada than you did yesterday. And she's like, "What does that mean?" He's like, "Nothing, love. You're beautiful. I love you." And she's like, "Mm-hmm. Anyway, you," and she's like, got it like this close to Felicity's face now. "Everything now."
And Felicity like unveils, tells her everything about
exposition.
Yeah, Layla.
Exposition. And
talks about Layla.
Exposition ex machina.
Yeah.
And the story is so unbelievable that you actually see the Mitzi, the little girl at the bar, just being like, and Kylan's just like, and he looks at 39 at one point and goes, "You can talk to crystal dragons?"
It's not like they cannot speak.
That's true. And Axel hops in his lap, and this is like a 200-pound dog essentially, and he's just like, "He's your boy," and he just starts playing with his dog while Felicity's telling the story.
Felt like leans over to Ada and was like, "Did mother approve this?" That.
Just, Felicity, he's an Asamar. B, he's very strong. C, he did save my life multiple times, and I his, but you know, but also, he killed a young red dragon to save me. Mother was fine.
Okay. I mean, this is very romantic. I've been very interested in mother's choice of approvals lately. I didn't know Kaz's father was a golden dragon.
Oh, that one. Oh, yes, I knew him.
All of you with your, oh, yes, I knew this the whole time. It's really starting to wear down on...
Fel, Mother didn't tell you anything, ever.
Oh, no.
Ever. I don't know why. I don't know. You'd have to ask Farah for that.
Farah. Wait, is Farah here?
No, she starts thinking in her head, and it's at this moment you can tell her husband is rubbing off on her a little bit. And she's like, I think she was in the Empire last time I checked.
That's a very wide scale, but okay.
I don't know. I've
been
helping this lout rebuild his entire family, because from the ground up.
I mean, it's very romantic, it's very sweet and all of that. I love it. But question. Mother, you didn't know that I was here?
No, not until you told me.
See, Mother's been tailing me. She's been sending messages and giving me guards and tailing my butt since I left home. I'm surprised she doesn't know I'm here.
Mother's not home.
Where is she?
In another realm? Did no one tell you this?
No one tells me frickety frack around here. Are you going to tell me?
Mother's in the Fey realm. She's trying to rebuild it after it was destroyed.
What does she have to do with the Fey realm?
That's a question you should ask Mother.
She's in the Fey realm.
She won't be there forever.
She won't be there. I swear, if someone doesn't start giving me straight answers, I'm going to go mad at her.
Well, Kylan walks up and he hands Felicity a mug of ale, and then hands one to Karaku as well.
I don't see.
Wipe that look off your face, Cat. I'm not going to drink it.
Thank you. He takes his, though.
He just looks at
Anyone would blame you if you did.
And he's just like, and he looks at Green and goes, your family is much easier to deal with.
That's terrifying.
Yeah. Very much so.
We're a bit
And
smaller.
he goes, and you don't even know, but her, and he points at her family is easier to deal with, and that's saying a lot.
Ada. Real quick.
What? Why are you here? And why did I find this? And she holds up a flyer that says Felicity Bliss, 30,000 gold.
30,000? Well, I'm glad Mother's in the Fey realm for once. Because
Yes, but you know who's not, and you know who's pissed?
Who?
You want to hazard a guess?
There are way too many guesses at this point.
Well, let's just say that Renna has heard about your little excursion now. And she's on her way. And you know how she gets.
Well, apparently she'd have to find me first. And I have some shady friends. She, gives Care, this, slit-eyed look.
And she goes, Sweetie, my husband's younger brother is a golden harlot.
That's fair.
He's doing.
Listen. I don't know why I'm here. I mean, I'm here for a specific mission. We are looking for Karina, the name.
Words. The something cloak.
Shadowed cloak.
Shadowed cloak.
Shadowed cloak.
I knew it started with an S.
Which your
He goes, and he goes, Mitzi, leave. Mitzi walks out. They're looking for Alurica. She's just like, oh.
She in town?
Well, she is living with the High Seeker and having all of her shady deals go out through the underground tunnels in the castle. So yes, she's probably in town. Or she will be soon.
Well, we need to meet with her. Apparently, she's the one that we need, that Layla's husband directed us to.
The tunnel locations, are they in the usual spots?
She just looks at you and looks at Kylan. Can I trust him? And Kylan goes, I mean, we trust Zid, and Zid's way worse than he is. She said, fair, yes.
I can get us there.
She goes, and you, young lady, and Kylan puts a hand on Ada's shoulder and goes, dear, she's an adult. Let her take care of herself, and we can deal with things on the front, while she and her friends handle things in the underground. She goes, this one especially. He points at her and, you didn't even notice she was here, did you? She keeps to herself so well. She hides in plain sight. And she goes, nice bow.
Yes, this is 39.
And she just goes, what? And Kylan goes, long story, you don't need to know it. And he just goes, and you don't need to be fighting anyway. And he glances down at her stomach and then is just like, no.
Can I just Felicity pick that up?
Give me a perception check.
I think I'm gonna argue Karina does. Just 90 minutes. She's been clocking all of this.
12?
Yeah.
You notice him look down at her stomach and her go, and put a finger to his face. She goes, I have a bow.
Listen, I'm one. Congratulations, I guess.
And Ada just mutters under her breath. She goes, under her breath.
Don't worry, I'm very happy for you. But
her mother won't be.
She doesn't have to know. At this point, she's keeping stuff from me. I guess I do owe you a little bit of an explanation, and all that's to say is that I saw all of you, the sisters who checked in at home, and the ones who stayed around. They all did so many amazing things, and so I was getting a bit stir crazy, and I wanted to strike out on my own. And Mother didn't stop me, but she's trailing me quite tightly. So I'm not sure what it's all about, but this is supposed to be me upholding our name, and I'm already a criminal. So if we could somehow make that disappear.
She kind of looks and she goes, oh, don't worry. The king won't be around to declare anyone a criminal for long if we have our way.
I guess that's something.
You have my interest piqued.
Kylan just goes, all right, Ada, you talk to Felicity, Kerku, Karina, and 39, if you please. We have some talking to do.
Gonna eye Felicity and where she wants me. After what we talking upstairs and knowing, I know this bad. It's gonna be the whole. Do you want me to stay? I can go. Do you want me to...
How far is the training ground?
Not that far. It's about an hour's walk.
Spar with me.
All right. And Ada just kind of stands up and she's like,
I won't even be a threat to you pregnant, but I want to blow off some steam.
She goes, not so loud.
Sorry, when you are...
She goes, let's just say some people might not want Kylan to have a child.
I'm sorry. I'll be more discreet.
Speaking of which, Kirku reaches up under his cloak and just touches the medallion that he wears, and is going to be scanning the room closest to them at this point. Just checking everybody's... He's got it for a minute, so he's just going to check everybody's thoughts, making sure we don't have anybody watching us.
There is no one else in the building.
Perfect, in which case he would not have done that.
Yeah,
right.
So...
I'm sorry about that, though. I will be more discreet. You don't have to worry about it.
She's like, good. And then Kylan goes, yes. And as you guys are walking up, Kylan goes, now, Karina, I know you saw that. Keep that under wraps. I may have rebuilt my family and my house, but King Ultharos and a few of his lackeys aren't too thrilled with that. The reason my father was killed is because he was quite in line with the old king. I have things to talk about, and I think some of you, Kerku, need to have a chat with the High Seeker after you meet with Lady Ulrika.
We can trust them.
You can trust the High Seeker, and I'm hoping you can trust me, but that you think you can trust me. You can trust the High Seeker and his son, Hector. They're the two people in this city outside myself and Ada that I say you can trust wholeheartedly. Even my little brother's a little bit more shady than they are.
Don't worry, Ada's never been one to, so far as I can tell, put up with BS. So I'm sure I can trust you.
She once pinned Zid to the wall with arrows for 2 days straight because he tried to steal from somebody in front of her.
Yes, well, that's why I like her.
All right, you two Bliss ladies go, well, one Bliss and one Wolf Run. Go handle your business.
Oh, I'm so happy and cute. It's disgusting.
It's like, all right. Now, 39, specifically the reason you might be intrigued is our mutual friend is funding this rebellion.
Prove it.
He pulls out his hands again, and he goes, all right, if you say so. And he casts sending. He goes, Rudel Chef, one of your creations is here. She wants proof that you are funding the High Seekers' war. A couple minutes go by, and you hear directly in your head 39. Gray. You can trust this one. He's of very much use to me. He's going to open many doors, as will your friends. The king has caused complications for us. He must be dealt with. And he goes, and Kylan's like, well, he didn't talk to me, but I'm guessing he did to you.
She doesn't say anything.
And Smirks, he goes, and Kaku, your old acquaintance, she'll be meeting us here in a couple hours. So if you could take Miss 39 to meet up with Felicity and your other pals, I need to have a word with Karina.
Certainly. 39, if you don't mind.
She will follow.
He waits till the door closes. His demeanor instantly changes. He goes, all right, look. I know you had the dream. You're not the only one having it.
How do you know about that?
Because I'm having it. Korrigan's having it. Because people we were protecting your mother and sister from were the cult of the wolf. And we have reason to believe they are very close to breaking your grandmother's seal and unleashing him.
What?
Your grandmother doesn't believe us. Or your mother doesn't believe us. Retract that. Your mother does not believe us.
It's impossible. She and her.
He pulls his sword and he puts his sword down and he points at one of, there's like 7 glowing runes on it, and one of them is not glowing. He goes, this sword is my family sword. It was used to seal the other big guy, the snake. One of the seals broke. Your grandmother's sword, 3 of the 7 are not glowing. So somebody is trying to. So after we've dealt with this, you need to pay a visit to dear old mother. And I trust you, because she doesn't listen to me.
You think she'll listen to me?
More than she will me. Talk. And if
doubtful.
you, whatever you wish to reveal to your friends, I won't reveal anything. My wife doesn't even know. And she was there and she was there when we were helping them. So.
3. How many runes on his sword were
Only 1 on his sword were broken, but he said 3 of the
Yeah.
7 on your grandmother's were broken. So someone's trying to release the great beasts. We need to find the other artifacts and figure out if all of them are being toyed with. Because I have that sword, But unfortunately, I have no idea what the seals are. No one does.
My
You'll-
mother and my sister are the ones who wield that sword. I wield a spear.
Exactly. And that's why you need to go talk to them. Whatever you wish to tell your friends and when you wish to tell them. Make no mistake, none of us are stopping that alone. Even the silver fists who Matt, they'd likely meet their ends at his hand. That's what I needed to tell you.
Thank you.
And let's go rejoin your friends. He stands up, opens the door, and you all walk down, and you guys actually meet Kaz coming back. He's actually resting on a huge Kolsar man with a beard down to like his chest, long, thick, dark brown hair, tattoos all over his chest and arms, but he's got all like runes. He's got one shoulder armor, wielding a massive axe, and Kylan and Karina catch up to you, and they're like, "Oh," and he's, "Oh, well, Kaz is just looking beat up," and he's like, "Hi, Phil," and he actually pukes on the street in front of him, and Kylan goes, "Oh," walks up and he lays hands on him and heals him. Is it better, buddy? He's strong. And the big guy goes, "Oh yes, hello. Name's Korriga. I protect this idiot." You know, you think you do. You get yourself in more trouble than anyone else, but is your barbarian the one who usually gets in more trouble than the people he protects? Guess you're the odd one then, buddy. Anyway, Korriga, you mind taking everyone else to the training ground? Do a little more sparring? Kerku, you want to head back to the tavern? And Kylan's like, "I'm actually going to go sparring, so don't get in trouble." So everyone else goes to the training ground, and Kerku, you sit in the bar. Galadin is with you, pouring you drinks. He goes, "Oh, time to take my leave, dear, but I'll see you again tonight." Pop on the nose once more. And a woman with raven black hair, or not raven black, slick white hair, ebony skin, pointed ears, walks in. A very uncommon sight, and a woman you recognize, a drow. She sits next to you and she just goes, "Oh, why, hello, Kerku. It's been a while. Is that the name you're still using, dear?"
For now, yes.
So, my dear friend Kylan tells me you have, you wish to help in exchange for some aid against something?
You know what I do. You know the name they've been giving me.
You travel with interesting companions.
They all have their uses.
The little pale girl in particular very much interests me.
I would steer clear for now.
Well, my dear, for old time's sake, I would be willing to simply help. But my lord and I require some assistance from you. There is a faction of royal guards stationed within the city who were up until recently keeping to themselves. I would like you to go to the gatehouse in the southern part of town with your friends. Preferably not the big bull, because he's not very stealthy. And I would like you to investigate what they're really doing. Because they're very clearly up to something.
Well, you certainly know my speciality. So.
Also, there's a hand of the Silver Fangs in town. Kylan and Hector will be dealing with them as a distraction so that you may slip in more easily.
Lovely. I was just about to ask. Also, and he'll pull out the ring from Almaros. Does this look like anything you're familiar with?
Where did you get that?
Pulled it off of a pawn.
May I?
I'd like it back, but yes.
She looks at it and she goes, the little ankle biter seems to have risen above his station. He drops it. She goes, Almiros used to be simply a footnote, funny enough, a simple judge under the old king. And Utheros gave him more power. Now, he seems to be plotting something a little fierce in the capital. As you will probably know, the old king's wife and his children are still very much alive and employed by the current king. Well, let you in on a secret, Kerku. The High Seeker is not in charge of the rebellion.
Oh.
The young prince, even though he is the general of the king's armies.
He's making a play for the throne, then?
Of course. And of course, the High Seeker knows anyone who has aspirations of being the right hand of the king and showing the ways of his god.
I see.
Now, your friends will be very useful in this endeavor, so keep them close at hand, dear.
'Tis the plan.
And for your own health around Hector and the High Seeker, perhaps not mention our dalliances in the past, dear. My lord is keen to lopping off heads, as it were.
Very few of those secrets have ever passed my lips.
Did you enjoy your night with Gold Glitter?
He knows what he's doing, at least.
Oh, that he does. So anyway, it's best you return to your friends. In fact, I hear another one of your friends has just entered town.
Oh. Good. I was hoping she would arrive.
So, with that, goodbye, my dear. And the illusion that was in front of you actually dissipates right in front of your eyes.
The old tricks. I've missed them. And Kerku will exit the tavern at that point.
So, Keiko, as you're making your way back to the tavern, you do come across Kylan coming back, and he goes like, "Well, you on for the mission?"
Certainly. Whether the rest of my compatriots will be, that's another question, but it is one I'm up for.
Good. Does his little whistle, his dragon O pops up, he gets on him, he goes, "See you at the training ground. I like to glide a little."
I could use the walk.
So as he starts flying up, you start walking. Give me a perception check.
Don't fail me now. Ooh, not horrible. It is 18.
You notice yourself being tailed by people wearing cloaks with the silver lion.
This will be fun. Boy. All right, give me a sec here.
And you can see the training ground like 100 feet in front of you.
Right.
But no one has noticed you approaching yet. Even Nyx, who has regrouped with her old friends.
Nobody has noticed as of yet?
Not yet.
Right. Oh, this will be interesting. Nope, can't do that one right now. All right. How dumb are we gonna be?
You know, I really wish you'd ask yourself that question more frequently.
I am going to keep an eye out really quickly if anything is nearby as far as tunnel entrances. Is this a friendly territory for the underground here?
Yes.
Lovely. Can I spot any members?
There is one right by the training ground, and he is looking right at you.
Cool. I will just do a quick hand signal, just as I walk to him, just doing a signal for how many and the signal for tail, and hope that gets a message across.
So you do make it back to the training ground, and he does see you, and he locks back. And as soon as he does, from behind, like hiding in the training ground, someone pulls with a knife and lunges at Ada. And that's where we're going to end the episode. So that's where we end this extremely roleplay and lore heavy episode of. I promised you guys roleplay and lore, did I
Leave
not?
my sisters alone.
Look,
One's
she's
married to Kylan, so
That'll be fine. That'll be fine.
I
She's
traumatized my own
right
characters
now.
too.
Sparring right now. Why you gotta go stab people?
Oh my
You didn't get to her yet.
Better not, because Felicity's right there.
Some of us can't be surprised.
Yeah.
Someone's gonna get stabbed.
I have a passive of 19, so I'm going to keep riding that train as long as I can.
Well, don't worry, I will keep all that in mind at the beginning of next session. But for everyone watching at home, thank you for watching episode 3 of Chronicles of Ravira, where there was so much lore and so much character development today. This was a good episode, and I hope you guys tune in 2 weeks from now for episode 4, which will be much more action-packed. And I'll see you guys next time on the Lakeside.